Fixing it up. Alright. Oof. Trying to get everything set together, working together. I just realized I haven't checked my sound, but sound seems good. Sound seems good, at least. Oof. Alright. We actually need to delete this file. I did some practice, in case anyone's wondering. So, because I know the B side is faster, but it takes some time. We're just gonna keep Madeline anyways. Faster that way. And we're all about speed. Whew. Hey everyone. Welcome back to more Celeste Speedruns. Hey everyone, welcome back to more Celeste Speedruns. So, we are going to be, something worth noting is I have recently learned of basically a way to do, your temple a lot faster, but involves basically you have to go through its B side. And, like, I knew about that, but, like, the tricks just seemed too hard. One of the tricks I figured out there's a much easier way to do it nowadays, but it's not as consistent for me. And I managed to do it today before the stream started. And there's that moment where you realize I don't know the rest of this area because I don't do B-sides. So we're going to stick with our normal A-sides, and we'll just do some practice for the B-sides every once in a while. Alright. I'm sure that this could be much faster, but I'm not really worried about it. I know apparently jumping makes you a little faster. Like short hops. Like saves a second by the end of this. I'm okay with it anyways. And hey, that was a 29 seconds. Look at that, 29 seconds. That's what I forgot. My water. Be right back. My apologies for that. Alright. Apologies, again. Did not intend to forget water, of all things. So important in these summer days. Alright. Deep breaths, and we move in. Ooh. Didn't have the dash. Recovered. Oop. This timed it. Oh well. Oh, not in the right position. That ain't good. Alright. Messing up the timing a little bit, but I'm confident. Oof. That's alright. I thought I'd have a lot more momentum than I actually did. Both times, actually. Oh well. You live, you learn. there's faster ways to do both of these rooms. I just don't feel confident in the faster route, and it's not. It's a lot harder than a route that's only slightly slower. Is a good way to put it. So I made a pretty major mistake on that one room with backdash, but we still managed to keep it sub 2 minutes. And that's good. That's also... So at this point, I'd say that's just not bad. Gain under... So under 130 is good. Under 2 minutes is just not bad, I think is how I'm going to be treating those. Uh-oh. Yeah. Making some mistakes, but I'm managing. Oh. This is an example of a mistake I made. Oh well. Ooh. Here. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yep. So if you miss that dash, there's no ground to recover your dash from. Which is why that was a death. Honestly, should have killed myself faster to make just to reset faster. Well, I didn't die. Look on the bright side of things. I didn't die. Alright, let's not make another stupid mistake here, because I know I have been doing that recently. I nearly ran into my clone. Alright. Focus, I can take care of the other things once I get to the other side. There we are. I just do that again. That went good enough, I think. I think that went good enough. 247? Yep. Good enough. Definitely. That's so weird that nowadays that feels like 6 deaths before we get to Celestial Resort feels a bit high. It just shows how well I have those two down compared to the rest, because 6 deaths in any of the later stages was a good death count. Meanwhile, 6 deaths amongst those two combined is something I'm starting to dislike. That was a little close with that dash across these guys, but I managed, so that's all that matters, I guess. go up because that thing was at the bottom, and I don't feel comfortable doing my hyper dash through that guy when he's near the bottom. Yeah. To be fair, this one, it's really just because of how big the stage is that less than 6 deaths feels good. Like, it's not any specific place is where I expect... Oh, I guess Demo Dash. Demo Dash, I would expect to get a lot of deaths there. At least one. I think, yeah, the fastest I've done it is on 2 tries. Which, to be fair, I've done on 2 tries quite a few times, but... See, it's because of all these corners. There's actually a bunch of different ways to do this, and it's hard to like figure out which is the most optimal because the corners mess you up in all those different ways. I mean, I'm sure someone's found it, I just don't know it. It's sure not instinctual. Ooh. Go. No, there's a faster way to do both of these rooms, but go my way, and it works. Alright. Just trying to recover after I messed that up. Again. Oh well. Oh well. We just keep moving. A few mistakes here and there. It's alright. Not everyone's gonna be perfect. Some runs are literally just to get myself ready to do it properly next time. Whew. Real close with those patterns there. Go. We're just not going to be stupid here. First try! Heck yes! Heck yes! First try demo dash. Ooh. I think that's the first time I did that. First try demo dash. Close. Just made a mistake at the end there. Ooh. Here. Too early. Just make sure I'm safe. Always do that. Always think that's going faster than it actually is. And dashing upwards, think I've got to go under it. Proceeding not to go under it. Because maybe demo dashing might work with that? But the fact that I've talked about demo dashing tells me that I'm doing something wrong. Because... If I could just, like, yeah, I'm still sub 8 minutes even after all these mistakes. So if I could just get a good room here, I should be fine for the run. Ooh. The jump actually launched. Because I landed on his head, I launched myself too far. That's kind of funny. Well, now we're at an average Celeste Resort. Unhappy about that, but especially when we had a one try demo dash, but like I'd rather have that than just a even worse resort. Still, yeah, still not a bad resort. All these stages have been not bad, but also not good, which tells me probably not going to PB this run, but very least we have that down. Ooh. Ooh. Whew. Okay. And gotta remember, I also don't let go of the controller in frustration whenever I die. I have to tap the dash button to cause the death animation to run faster. Actually have those. That's actually a theme that exists in the game that I didn't know about. Ooh, I didn't think I was making that. Well. There we go. Oh my gosh. Alright, focus. Oh my. Okay. That's okay. All part of it. Keep in mind, the more I fail here, the more prepared I am next time I have to do this. Because that's totally how this all works. At the very least, it tells me where I have to practice more. Oh my gosh. Yep. So, there was nothing that I'm doing that can't be fixed that I haven't done properly before. So, just mistakes. All human errors because I'm not a machine. Oof. And hurting this early is not a good sign. Oh well. It's not hurting anymore. Right, at least I managed to get it within time sequence, even if it wasn't like perfect sequence. The fact that you can't make that baffles me. Yeah, so you have to hyper dash or you don't gain enough distance. Which, not something that comes by instinct. Alright. Go. There we go. Right. I do not actually know what time I'm trying to look for with this stage, but I feel like that's not a good time. Yeah, I feel like I did poorly there. Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to get sub 5 minutes is what I feel like it is. Whether or not that's actually what occurred. Alright, so if I start at the top one, I literally have nothing to dash onto. So I gotta remember that. Stay, go low, and then do it. we are. Getting little things taken care of. Ooh. Ooh. So again, I know that there is a faster route, but I do not have enough experience with it to take it. I have to practice off screen before I'm ready for it. I might practice a little bit after these runs if I have spare time after the first 2 runs. I might practice it for a bit, but that's the only reason you'd see it right now, because I'm just out of practice completely. I've practiced it 1 time and it didn't go so well. It's not because there was a spike jump that I had no preparation for. Alright. Ooh. Here. Here we are. Oh no. Yeah, if that guy's a threat, you're in a bad timing. I used to have a route where that thing broke the bomb one, but I don't remember how to do it for some reason. I find it so weird when they just walk into you. When you're below them and instead of dashing, they just walk into you. Because it's like, I don't know how to maneuver around that, really. Oof. Oop. Oh well. Any failures here aren't going to matter because in the future I plan to cut out this part of the run because of the extra route. The faster route, but the faster route obviously takes a little while to get used to, but I'm not used to it yet, so we're going with this route. Oof. Yeah, thought I dashed, so I was using that. Come on. There we are. Ooh. All right. The fact that I missed that is annoying. Yeah, that was several levels of annoying because, like, I tried to fix it by like going down, and then that guy launched me away, Like, it was just like, there are several ways that could have gone right, and none of them occurred. Ah, I pressed dash while I was still holding. That's probably what occurred. Oof. Thanks, Theo. Oh, well, it's open. What? The door was open. Why couldn't I go through? I know you're supposed to take it, but I know there's a distance where it will just allow you to have Theo with you. Like, you don't have to have Theo with you. So, I was really disappointed to see that that didn't work, even though the door was open. Oh, we're here now. Alright. Last real stage here. If I didn't take that theme with respect, it would have killed me, I'm certain. Come on. Alright. Oh, I can skip that cutscene. That's good to know. For some reason, I feel like I never skip that cutscene. 27:21. I mean, it's sub 30. Is it sub 30 what I'm looking for? Isn't like 29 minutes usually good? Huh. I feel like 29 minutes is usually good on that, and I made it 27 despite all my complaints about all my flaws. Huh. Alright. Well. We continue on. Alright. So weird how that kills me so often. I think that'd be one of the easier deaths to avoid. Probably is. I'm just having some weird issues with it. I realized that other block lasts long enough that I could probably climb to the top, refresh my dash, and get a real launch off of it. But I think I would just launch into spikes if I did that, so probably best I don't. This feather right here, I always have issues with this feather. Well, we managed. Wonder, can I? That works. And there's probably an even faster route than that, so... Now that I know that, I could start experimenting with routes on that room. Or just Google what the best route is. Alright, whatever. We just keep moving. Is it really just me timing my deaths? Like, actually making sure when I die, I actually get through it quickly? Is that really the only difference that's occurring, so that even though I have all these deaths, it's not affecting my time as severely? That is entirely possible. Hey, Dungeon Crawl! How's it going? I'm dying a bit more often than I'd like. I mean, to be fair, I'd rather not die at all, but, like, even for when I die, this is getting a little out of hand. Yet somehow, our time seems pretty solid. Our time seems acceptable. So, I'm starting to think that those little... Make sure to press the button whenever I die is actually, like, significant in its time save. The thing that I think Flippy taught me yesterday. That. I thought I was gonna open up more and I was gonna have a spot through. Oh well. Watch all my time save go down the toilet right now. Woo. Glad you're doing pretty good, man. Glad to hear you're going pretty good. Whew. Oh, by the way, I actually watched those games you were talking about being hyped for. Dude, Pizza Tower looks like it's just Wario Land built by a different company. Like, that is actually pretty cool. Like, the others, like, it just looks like they look a lot like Enter the Gungeon. And, like, I understand why people like that, but I do not have Enter the Gungeon. I'm not, like, super addicted to those games. But Pizza Tower, the one that you suggested, it looks like a good old Wario Land game, and that excites me. Mm. Oh my gosh. Why is this causing me trouble right now? It usually doesn't cause me trouble. 2, 3. That was a risk that I didn't need to take. It paid off, but it was not a risk I needed to take. Reverse wave dash, that felt good. Because I don't do that very often. Nor am I so I'm neither very good at that either. Did you play Pizza Tower? No, I have not. I did not play any of them, but I watched I watched the little tutorial surfing for it, so it looked good. Unfortunately, I am very limited in how much time I have to play games, so... And when I do, it's usually like a kind of relaxation point, not a time to be experimenting as much. Maybe another day, but so far I have not played Pizza Tower, I just looked at the little tutorial stuff. Ooh. Oh my gosh, if I died there, that would have been very sad. That one's not as sad of a death. It's at the beginning. Instead at the end. Keep it safe. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Alright, remember, gotta dash from outside so I could get enough. Aw. Oh well. Miss it, you just go for the other route. A lot of little optimizations I can do here and there that I'm not doing. Oh well. Hopefully it's not too bad for my time. I'm just gonna worry about playing my game instead of what time it is in the game. Woo. I've had to grab that other feather, so I didn't really know where to go. Not used to. Because when you, on your first life, the timer's not synced for the deaths. Different point where you get hit and all that. Alright. 3640 about. There we are. We'll figure out how that feels, because like this all look like it feels like I'm doing poorly, but it looks like I'm doing just fine. And that's the weird part of all of this. That's what's making this hard to like judge as a run right now. Aww. Alright. Just keep it moving, keep it going, keep it good. I could probably be sped up with a proper dash, but I'm doing what I do. You're trying to get on Twitch, but everything's moving slow? Interesting. Maybe Twitch has a huge traffic flow problem? Who knows? Whatever the case may be, you can still see me on YouTube. So at least you have that. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Ooh. By the way, I just realized you spend a lot of time on YouTube, don't you? Because if you see my stream on YouTube first, I don't have any special notifications that I'm on YouTube. So, like, are you usually just always on YouTube for some reason? Or just on there a lot? I mean, a lot more than is probably healthy, but I'm just curious. You could definitely decline to answer. I'm not gonna push. Whew. Ugh. So we're at 40 as we enter here, which feels like bad time. It feels like bad time, but oh no. Ooh. On some of these rooms, I can't go faster, so I should just focus on going, not dying, really. Oh, does it notify you as a sub on my channel? I didn't realize that YouTube also notifies subs on the channel. I had no idea. Ooh. You're usually asleep when my stream starts? Ooh. Alright. Don't hurt your sleeping schedule just for my sake. But yeah, definitely if it's a good way to wake up, then it's a good way to wake up. Appreciate if I could be some use. Wouldn't appreciate if I'm being used to fulfill a bad habits, you know. Such as a bad sleeping schedule. As Suicune, he knows very well what I think about him staying up late to watch my streams. Whew. Alright. There we go. Let's keep it moving. Keep it chill. I didn't realize YouTube gives a notification as well. I thought only Twitch gave notifications. That's good to know. Oh, ringing the bell. Duh. I never ring the bell on my channel, so I just, I don't get any notifications. I just watch them when my sub box fills up. That explains the difference. That explains what I'm doing wrong. Alright. Oof. Thank you for fixing the mental blockage of what's going on there. First try there as well. Wow. We're getting some first tries today. And then we're getting some things that usually are done on the first try not actually happening. Oh well. Ooh. Aw. Got a little too aggressive there. Alright. We're still working on it. There we are. Yeah, why am I dying there of all places? That's what I'm talking about, like, I'm doing one-shots on some places, usually takes me a few, and then I'm just, like, having issue. Like, that is not a part of the stage that's supposed to be an issue. Alright, whatever. It's complete. And we keep moving. 46 minutes as we get to the flag 30. Unfortunately, I think that's the time I need to be at flag 28 to get a PB of any sort. That being said, we are at 46 as we hit flag 28. Maybe if I do well, I get a PB. Not sure how well I'll do, but it's promising so far. Oh my gosh. Whoops. That's okay. Be right back in a few. Alright. Yeah, you do what you need to do. Don't you worry about it. Alright. 4 minutes to get to the top. Or something like that. Oh, wait. No, no, no. Just realized. No, I have 2 minutes to get to the top. Alright. Well. Oh, well. Not PB. I can accept that. It didn't, like, for some reason it didn't click in my head that my PB's at 48 minutes. Oh, no. Yep. So I'm already hitting my PB in a few seconds. There's less seconds on the clock than there are flags I have to complete. Oh well. No PB today. Or this run. All acceptable. I learned some things. And I failed at places where I thought I'd fail. And we got a first try for both the spike jump this spike jump, as well as we got a first try for Demo Dash, so we know I am very much capable of both. So even though this isn't PB, I still feel very proud of myself on this run. Alright, number 9. Why are you causing so much issue right now? Whew. Oh well. Go. Ooh. Oh, that was way too early. Just trying out a few things because I can, because time's already gone. That was actually longer than if I just didn't normally. So we're out of the old queen strat. Okay. So we couldn't get sub 50, but we got just at sub at 50, so that's acceptable. There we go. 51 minutes on the dot looked like. Good. Good enough. Alright. Well, give myself a little more water and get myself a new file. Alright. Gonna sit here, wait for someone else. If someone comments. And I'm going to get myself water because in these hot days, going low on water is a very bad idea. See you all in a bit. back. Sorry that took so long. Just need to get some stuff. And my last comment was, be right back. So, tell they're back, BRB. Alright, whatever. Just using people's names too often, need to switch to the comments they made. Alright, here we go. Already unoptimal, but that's okay. I don't really care about, like, half seconds here and there this early in the run. I have other things I need to prioritize over the half seconds. Good to have them, obviously, but if I kill myself over the half seconds, what happens when we get to the other ones? Hey, Dungeon! I see you got Twitch working properly. Oof, glad to hear. Glad to hear, man. Alright. Oh, yeah, that mistake there, but we managed. Oh, not high enough. Oh well. Need to just shut off and on again. Alright. Happens sometimes. Yeah. So basically what that, the reason that works is because, like, one of the processes failed in, like, it stopped, it kind of crashed, but having to shut on and off again basically forces every process to reboot, and whatever process wasn't working is fixed up, you know? Because it had to reboot. Ooh. Just thought I'd mention that in case you were interested at all. Obviously, an actual techie could explain that in more thorough detail, but that's what I understood when the techie explained it to me. Whew. Whew. Oh, it was the Wi-Fi specifically. Ooh, good to know. 134, that's a good time. That's a much better time. That one death was sad, but it's only one, and we got the faster reset on it. A few rooms that were a little slow, but it's like nothing PB wrecking at this point. Sure, certainly will be in the future, but we're not at that point yet. By the time we're at that point, I will have met my goal, I think. Oh my gosh. Thought we were at the cutscene. Was incorrect. Oop. Pressed that. But as long as it didn't get worse. Ah. Oh well. Oof. Ah, come on. Oh well. I don't think that's going to be the lethal amount of time loss, but that time loss is definitely feel bad. Alright, there we are. Much better time for this section. And also Pizza Tower did seem like the best game out of all of them, but I can't play it yet because the demo's only for Windows. Yep. Good to know, good to know. And let's see you do good in this run. I'll make sure of it. Only 3 deaths so far, and all were quick deaths. Okay, not all of them were quick deaths, but they were all quick enough. Oh. I just do that, even though there is a much faster route if you know what you're doing, but I always mess up the timing for it. Which, you know, just means I need more practice, but... Oh my gosh, went too high. Icarus flew too close to the sun, it seems. Alright. Go. Oof. There. Ah, come on. There we are. Just always, this room is just like 1,000 little things can go wrong in that room, it feels like. But never a big thing. So it just always feels annoying as you get like 3 small things in your way. Knowing that's like, it's annoying but not devastating. Ooh. Oh, messed that up. Oh well. Did that as just a safety precaution. Could definitely do that room better. There we are. Yep. Oop, no. Alright, so if you land on it, you have to do a proper grounded maneuver. Good to know. Ah. Didn't keep my dash. Oh well. Doing nice and swimmingly right now. Nothing exceptionally good, but nothing exceptionally bad, so I accept it. Whew. There we are. Awesome. Alright, now comes the hard part. Being safe. Because if you look at the time, as long as I do it safe, we're going to have an amazing resort hotel. Celestial Resort. Ooh. Yep. Just don't know how to get through that on a single screen transition. Always have to die once to get that all synced up. There we go. That's a very good. That is a very good chapter 3. 719. 719. That's me really improving on that. Which is funny because you see 16 deaths there, but most of those were probably from the demo dash. Alright. Let's just keep going with good times. Because that's what it takes to get a PB here. Whew. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, calm down. Do the Archie. What was your 2 game out of the others? I have a feeling you're referring to something that's just not coming to mind right now. What was your 2nd game out of the other? Yeah, I'm wondering, are we talking about the Pizza Tower stuff? Or are we talking about, like, yeah, I just don't know what we're talking about. Alright, the Pizza Tower and all the other options. The others were just kind of like Enter the Gungeon sort of style themes in my mind. And I just, after Pizza Tower, I'm just, it's not that they were bad, it's just I wasn't like as excited to see them. So it's like, I now know what kind of games they are. That didn't compel me to want to like hype up for them or anything like that. Like, I can see why other people would be excited for them. I was just like looking at them like, ah, so that's what this is, you know? Whew. So yeah, after Pizza Tower, they weren't really as memorable, unfortunately. Not to me, at least. And that's just a matter of taste, really, but... Come on. Yeah, you have to hit that spring before that starts up, or you get wrecked. Alright, got a hyper and dash on that last one. That was unfortunate. Fortunately, it's not getting... This is not good, but it's not getting worse, which is all I can ask for. Oh my gosh. One more forward dash than I was expecting to need. Sub 5 minutes. Sub 5 minutes. That's another good one. Sub 5 minutes is good for me. Another was that a sub 7? Well, at least it was a sub 8. Sub 8 and a sub 5. I think this is going to be a PB, and then when we learn the new strategy for Mirror Temple, we're going to get a real good time. I think that will complete me in getting the time I'm looking for. Alright. Let's do good here. Got a little lucky there. I think I was holding up accidentally. I just let go, so it defaulted to the correct direction. Honestly, dying might have been slightly faster there, but I didn't. Go. Whew. Deep breaths. Keep things moving. All right. I don't know how that works, but I seem to always have the correct timings there, just by hitting it when it feels right to hit. I don't really like timing or anything. I just accidentally went a little too low. That was a bad room. Oh well. I had no idea if it was gonna still haunt me and break that block for me, because if it broke that block, that would have been faster, but I didn't know. I still haven't controlled that character in the room, and there's no point in learning since the correct strat ends up not going into that room at all, and it's better to just learn the correct strat. Nope. Ooh, come on. Don't understand why I'm doing Ron, but I do it Ron so consistently. Ooh. Whew. That was not how that character is supposed to move, or not how I planned for it to move. So I'm really happy that that didn't end badly. I thought I was going to hit the wall. Did not hit the wall. Alright, gotta remember, I let him go so I could dash diagonal to get away from that enemy. Alright, see you in a bit, man. See you in a bit. Do what you need to do. Ah, come on. Go. Oof. It's the delay when you pick it up. It really piles on. Right, come on. Let's do this stage first. One stage at a time. Whew. There we go. 24:26. That seems like a much better time. 7:20. Whew. Mirror Temple could have been better, but of course, once you... the fact that I have to go B-side means I'm not worried about Mirror Temple being the bad time. In the long run, at the very least. Didn't need to grab that many feathers, but it's okay. Wow, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Making some mistakes, that's what. Well, as long as those mistakes don't pile up and cause this run to go south, we're solid. Oof. Oop. Set up a little, but we managed. Almost messed it up again, but I didn't. Oh well. And a little weird. Made some mistakes, but managed. Whoop. Glad to have you back, Dungeon Crawl. Some of these rooms were a little poor, but hopefully, I don't think it's severe enough to really kill our run, you know? definitely unfortunate, but I think our run's still good. Ooh. Three times in the same spot, basically. Not even to the part that usually kills us here. Hey, Kraken Style, how's it going, man? Glad to have you here. We're hoping to get a PB because we're on a decent time. We're on a pretty decent time. And we know that we can even do better should we figure out the strat for Mirror Temple B-side. Alright, well I guess I have to go this way because I messed that up. This actually gives me a checkpoint here, which is preferable. Oof. So we went from a time loss to not as bad of a time loss. Because obviously it was unoptimal. Two, three, four. There we are. That's the kind of speed you want to keep. Speaking of D&D stuff, I need to start getting ready for my campaign. So, I'm playing, for people that don't know, I'm playing on Saturday. I'm going to be running the Session 0 for a campaign that is going to be, basically the idea was everyone in the campaign is someone who I know that is a streamer, you know? So, there's one exception, but he's a person who makes a ton of YouTube videos, so the reason why I'm having that limitation is last time I tried to stream some of my D&D campaigns, my friends who were like, oh, this is good, were okay with that, ended up, as they just got more experience being, like, you know, people are watching this, it turned out that the level of comfort started disappearing, and I don't want to force that on anyone, so everyone who's a streamer already is used to all that stuff, so don't really have to worry about them like being surprised by how it feels to be on camera, you know? Oh my gosh. Oh well. You would join it, but you made plans. That's perfectly fine. A lot of people made plans. I'm not surprised. Yeah, don't you worry about it, Kraken Style. Alright, do it safe. I mean, we didn't die, so we have to take what we get. Ah, just a little not fast enough. I love playing just as much as I love DMing. Yep. So, I was like that as well, but maybe it's just because I haven't had the right campaign for a while. But I definitely love DMing more than playing right now. Might just be because the campaigns I've been able to play in were not my kind of campaign. Which, by all means, they were other people's campaigns. They loved it. But alright. So I think that one went a little poor, but I think because I did so well in the previous ones, it doesn't matter how that went poor. Ooh. Trying to finish all my town notes this week. This may be the last free week for you. Ooh. However, I always am down if I had more prep time in advance, so feel free to ask me anytime. That'd be awesome. Ooh. Speaking of which, I do need to do some prep. I have general concepts. Like, I know, like, I want this sort of character, but I have no name for the character. I have no physical description for the character. So there are actually some things I need to do. It's my inner RPG sort of thing. I love seeing what other people make. Yep. Alright. So Dungeon Crawl, if I can just give one piece of advice that I think trumps all other advice we've given you on making video games, it's just start. Doesn't matter how small it is, doesn't matter how weird it is, just like find like whether you're using Construct 3, whether you're using Unity, whatever it is, I would say just start. Because you'll learn more skills, you'll learn more knowledge about creating games by just creating games than anything else. And starting from scratch is where everyone starts, so like just start. That will teach you more knowledge than we can assist you with, you know? By a long shot. But yes, Krakenstyle and I have both made not big games, but I know he's made an RPG, and my senior project was a little twin stick shooter. So plus I have other ideas that I've had on the belt, back burner sort of theme, but just haven't found the time for. Oop. All right. Okay. Alright. Well, you guys can have that discussion while I'm doing this, because obviously it's hard to comment while I'm focusing on the run, especially on the final stage of the run. Oh, no. Made a little mistake, but at least I didn't kill myself with the mistake. Because that's definitely something I've done before. Aww. Gotta give myself time before I jump out of that one. Alright. Ooh. There we are. Aw. Alright. Yep, that's the room that I just need to get through. I don't really care how fast it's done, as long as it's done in time. Oof. Focus. We're in this room. Focus on this room. Making some stupid mistakes. Hopefully those don't add up. Oof. Alright. That's not the fast route. Also, dying makes it even slower route, but it's alright. Yeah, the snowballs have just become a lot harder of a mechanic to deal with. Oh my gosh. I'm just assuming I'm higher than I actually am and making some mistakes that I really shouldn't be. Ooh. Just hope this doesn't go much further in time, because I don't know how we're doing on time anymore. Because just like my PBs times have just been so weird with this stage. I don't know. Messed it up. Oh. Like, I sure hope I hit that key. Alright. Oop. Alright. So the time loss is starting to pile up, unfortunately, guys. I'm not sure if this is still a PB. Still obviously shooting for the best I can, but... Made a mistake. Alright. So yeah, we're pretty close to my average time that I've had recently, so... Unfortunately, not like an obvious PB, but still possible. Still possible. Still very much possible. That's a 44 instead of a 45 or a 46. Ooh. Oh yeah, so Cracket Style, unless they're a mod, they are unable to add links to the chat, so... Since you're a mod, you could add links, but since Dungeon Crawl is not, that's why he's getting censored. Ooh. really need to focus right now. I can do this. I have a minute and a half to get to the top. Oh my gosh. Well, it's by about 30 seconds. That's a PB by about 30 seconds. Couldn't break the sub 48, but broke what I wanted to. Alright. So, I did is while we're laying this credits roll, I am now reading Krakenstyle's Dungeon Call conversation about games. I've done a lot of stuff. I first made a scoreboard app in Python, remade Yahtzee in Visual Studio, and then I made Legend of Vil. Oh, then I remade Connect 4 in Python. Now I have done one D&D one-shot, which is considered a game to some people, and currently working on turn-based RPG while working on my second D&D campaign that has multiple sessions. I have plenty of experience. So yeah, if you consider a D&D campaign to be experienced with creating video games, oh, I have experience. That thing is, I don't, because there's definitely the programmatic spectrum. You can create... I would say creating a D&D campaign means you have the wisdom to create a full story with, like, branching paths and all that. Is definitely a very viable thing, but it's like, you know, no program... You can't really make a game without some programming knowledge. And a D&D campaign can be made on the whim with no programmatic knowledge. So I will make that distinction. Otherwise, yes, it is very valuable to be able to create D&D campaigns. My first RPG was just kind of one of those things where you're just going to jump right in and not figure out along the way. I did put that in order of when I did each project. I also study a lot of game design by playing games too, and there's some good channels. Some of the old extra credits are really good for game design stuff. The newer stuff talks about just like morals and like AAA side of things, but the old stuff was actually made from a person who was like a pixel art person, so they actually were focused on just in the game development side. They are definitely more on the like, they talk about bigger games than instead of smaller games, but a lot of their concepts fall for both. They work for both. I'm just going to start making small games till I have enough for bigger ones. Perfect. That's exactly how you want to do this. The Yahtzee project was as a fledgling programmer in high school, and it took me a year to finish in coding. Still very proud of it, and you should be, man. These other projects, minus the D&C stuff, I keep to myself. The only one I feel comfortable with is my RPG, but I need to work on the grammar first. Everything else is basically resume stuff. And then Judge Cross saying he wants to do his games in itch.io. I do not know too much about itch.io, but... You're also planning to make music? Ooh, that would be pretty cool. As well as mods for other games. As for if I want a guest player, so I have... I'll talk about that game in just a bit. But, like we said, one thing at a time. What was the time? 4805, new PB, Ace-Law, new PB. And a lot more deaths. That definitely was in position to get a much better PB, but at least we got a PB. Some people do count that stuff, and yeah. Itchy.io, I honestly have no idea between the difference. But anyways, good run. Good run. You would be like 1,189th place or something. Yes, I know, this game is hyper competitive. So before we go, I do want to do a few practice here. So as you guys know, there was a problem with Mirror. I've been having trouble with Mirror Temple a bit, especially on the latter half. So there is a separate route. It's a very different route, and I did a little practice on it, but I definitely need more time to practice it, but I just want to show you the routes. So, right here, you actually go down here, press that button to open this door up. Alright. Ah. Well, whoops. Alright. So, we don't talk about that website. Oh. There are two. Okay. Anyways, so the other option is to go to this B side. The other option is you go in this stage. So, right here, this is what makes this stage. So the next screen is how we make this stage faster. So the idea is we need to get, there's a bunch of locks and keys that makes, like, so you can get one of those bubbles through here, and you have to get through that hole. There's another way through that hole, though. Ah. So I already messed it up. But you can... Oh, it restarts that far in the chapter? Alright. So if you die, you can restart from this chapter in the central chamber. But yeah, I have to get good at this, which as you can tell is a completely different route. Like, completely different screens. And then I have to do this trick, which I just failed again. Failed it again. Ah. But you need to get through here. Then jump. Alright. So that's how it's supposed to work. So what happens... I've only done it I've only got it to work once. That trick right there, I've only got it to work once with my practice. Ooh. but basically you do a jump off the wall, which prevents you from going up, which basically you drop back down, and the fiend will respawn you so that you can go through that hole and skip like half of this stage, basically. So you can go to that area to the right. I do want to do it one more time to kind of show you guys a sense of what's over there, what's in store for me to learn, because obviously once I do that, the stage isn't over. I still have a lot more stage to go. But first things first. So close. So close. Oof. I do want to show you guys. Oof. All right. It's not working. Today is the last MTG spoiler day, but I can't tell if all the cards have been spoiled or not. I'm sure if you go to the right websites, you could find all the cards spoiled, but at least in the card damage gallery, I doubt they have all the cards spoiled there. I do. So here's one of the things. I'm planning to play some MTG today, and then like sometime soon before the week ends, I would like to try to do a card review of the cards, just to get my opinion listed, because I'm not sure. Like, I'm no like high level player, but I think it's still enjoyable to do card reviews, and thought you guys would enjoy it. You know. Oof. At least the people that played Magic the Gathering would enjoy it. People that play D&D would also find it kind of interesting, I'm sure. Alright. Well, I think I've spent... How long? I've spent like 6 or 7 minutes just trying to do that. So I think we're going to be calling that one for today, because I do have a variety game to get to. Whew. Alright. Everyone, we're going to switch over to our variety game. And this time, the variety game is Magic the Gathering. My apologies. There are some things I want to do there. We'll get to it when we get there. But everyone, if you're stopping here, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful day. If not, I'll see you for Magic the Gathering in just a bit. Whew. Alright. Wizards doesn't give out info very well. I mean, they do. It's just 24 hours late to get the info that you need. Well, actually, then again, now that I think about, like, with some of their like programs and stuff, they actually do. You're correct in the poor info. All right, let's pop open MTG Arena and see if this game capture works. Whew. So yeah, Dungeon Crawl, if you've never played Magic the Gathering, Magic the Gathering is the original collectible trading card game, as in it actually owns the copyright on trading card game. It's extremely fun, but I will warn you this. The game is pretty well designed to be a money sink. So, like, would I recommend this game? Like, for fun? Yes. There is one problem, though. It is very good at tricking you to coming over to the store and spending more money than you actually have. So, if you need a very good force of will, or you need to have no access to any money-making thing. Because this game will drain you of all your money if you're not careful about it. But if you are careful about it, very fun game. And yes, I know I still need to update my description. Thank you. Standard Higher Clerics. Oof. Oh, I don't have any connections, though. Ooh. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Krakatau. I do appreciate it. It is entirely possible I would have forgotten. Alright, so I wanted to try this deck. So let's show you the deck that I'm going to be playing. Whew. Alright. I'm going to take a moment to take a breath and try to treat this like a video where I'm showing you all the stuff that this thing has. You don't spend money on that type of things? Then I would say MTG Arena would be really fun, though it is a large download. It's a very fun game, though. And you'll watch me play. Very fun, but definitely involves time investment. I'm not sure everyone has time for time investment, all that stuff, but let me show you its features. Alright. Let me just focus real fast. Alright. Hey everyone, welcome to some Magic the Gathering. So, I've been trying to make a Pyre Cleric's deck work in Standard for a while, since before Strixhaven came out. And for a while before that, by then I didn't have a deck working at that time. So now, let me show you what I have right now. And we're going to be just playing this in Best of 1 Standard and possibly moving Best of 5 in a bit. So first off, with 1-drops, we have 4 Speaker of Heavens. Just flat out, this card's too good. It's a 1/1 with Vigilance and Lifelink, and then if you ever get to 27 life, it basically has build all the board presence that you could possibly need. Alongside the 4th Speaker of Heavens is 2 Archfiend's Vessels. Just another 1/1 lifelink, which is actually very important for this deck, just really cheap lifelinkers. And if I manage to reanimate it, it could become a 5/5 Flying Demon. I only have 2 because that's not the win condition of the deck. Like, we're not trying to get a very fast demon, it's just that's something we can do. And one of the ways we do that is with Malakir Rebirth. We have 3 copies of this. Really, so you'll see in a bit that there are only 20 lands. Malakir Rebirth has the ability to come into play tapped as a land. So we're going to have 8, so we have 8 tap lands through Malakir Rebirth and such, and 20 regular lands, which I think makes a pretty consistent 24 if we need it. But this basically reanimates a creature that we know is about to die, which, since this deck is based off of Pyre of Heroes, is very valuable, because this will allow us to sacrifice a creature and search our entire library for a creature that costs 1 more than it. And basically every creature is a cleric, with a few exceptions, but they have their own synergies with Pyre Heroes. We have 2 dire tactics. While our only humans are Archfiend's Vessel and Speaker of Heavens, I find that exiling a creature is often very powerful, like it's more powerful than destroying a creature, so I like this over Heartless Sack and stuff. And while if we don't control human, we lose life equal to its toughness. A lot of times, if we're going to be ripped off the board, we're only going to lose 1 health as we kill their Toski Bearer of Secrets, or as we kill their target for their Emerald Cleave, or something like that. So it's usually not really that expensive of life loss, and even if it is, it's usually for a control deck, where in a control deck, we're getting to 27 health a lot of the time. So then from there, we have 4 Clerics of Life spawned, just a good aggressive creature if we need it, and whenever a cleric enters the battlefield, we gain 1 life, which just scales our life gain. So the Speaker of Heavens to Cleric of Life spawned is usually, sometimes you have an aggressive curve, and I take that out. I could make this deck more aggressive. I chose not to, with, I could add Luminarch Aspirants, I could make it more of a +1/+1 counter-based deck. I actively chose not to. I do not want this to be an aggressive deck. I want this to be mid-range. I do not want this to be aggressive. Behind that is 4 copies of Skyclave Cleric, against another tap land, but it's also a core cleric, which is valuable, and a 1/3 that gains us 2 life against aggro decks is actually very valuable. So this is just a good card. The fact that it could also be a land is just icing on the cake. And then from the new set, I actually added 3 Professors of Symbology. So this allows us to, first of all, play a 2/1, which, blocks and trades with Robber of the Rich, which is perfectly fine. But the other thing is it can learn. And so we have 4 learn cards in our sideboard. So so we have Environmental Sciences, which will get us a land to help with mana fixing, but actually, importantly, it gains us 2 life. Every bit of life gain is very valuable in this deck, since we're trying to get to a number 27, which is above our starting 20 life total. We have Reduced to Memory to help if they have just some big monstrous permanent we have to get rid of. We have at least a straight up exile. That's always good. Even though they get the 3/2 white spirit, we can accept that. Pest Summoning, which is just if we're facing an aggro deck and they're swarming us, we could counter swarm with Pest Summoning, and we'll gain a bit of life in the process. So this actually has turned out to be perfectly fine when I tested it out. Which, by the way, this is a deck that I've been trying to build for a while, and you could actually, if you look at my channel, you'll see some old decks of me trying it out. But some of the new this is one that worked okay. I haven't tried all the changes I've made. And as my 4th, this is my 4th lesson, being Mascot Exhibition. Just in case I have way too much mana, have a way to sink it all in and get myself some actual powerhouse. Not sure if this is going to work. I have not had a chance to play this yet, so this one I'm not so sure about, but the Environmental Sciences and the Pest Summoning both felt good when I had a chance to play them. So then 3 drops. We have 4 Righteous Valkyries. Righteous Valkyrie is a card that if we could have as many as possible, we have as many as possible. Because whenever Angel or Cleric enters the battlefield, I gain life equal to that creature's toughness, which is a ton of life. And it has that when we get 7 or more above our starting, it becomes a double Anthem effect, while still being a 2/4 flyer. So a 2/4 flyer that becomes a 4/6 flyer, that's already good. The fact that it then buffs your entire board and works better in multiples is insane. So that's why we have 4 copies, even though we could usually tutor out with Pyres of Heroes and stuff like that. Here we have a Tabrax Hope's Demise, which is just in case we need more card draw. This card, it's a creature that gets bigger, and whenever we sacrifice a cleric, which we might do to Pyre of Heroes, or whenever it just dies in combats, we can draw a card and lose a life, which is valuable. This is also a theme that becomes a big body, much like Clerics of Life Bond. I decided to only have 1 of, so we could tutor around Pyre of Heroes when we need it. I'm not sure how good this is. I have not had a chance to play it yet, but we will explain why I chose this instead of Veto the Dusk Rose. But there's one more 3-mana card which is worth noting, which is Skyclave Apparition. So this is, you've seen it a lot in Standard. It removes a creature that costs 4 or less, and then when it leaves the battlefield, they get illusion back. So it takes out the creature, and then just, any threat. It's, any non-land, non-token permanents. So, then why do I have this? It's not a cleric, it's not, what it is the core spirit. Well, these two, this is a core cleric, this is a core cleric, so these 2 could sacrifice themselves to Pyre of Heroes to actually get Skyclave Apparitions to help me remove stuff. In addition, when we get to our 4 drops, there is in fact another core cleric that we can sacrifice the Skyclave Apparition to get, and this is a core part of our combo. Agadeem's Awakening is another, we only have 1 copy. I used to run 4, and then almost every single one of them became the Undercrypts, so I decided to turn them into Malakir Rebirth to see how that feels. Of course, over on 4, we have Aura Skyclave Aerophant. If you see me play with this very valuable card, just makes it so that your creatures are every time you kill them, more come out behind them. With Pyre of Heroes, you could sacrifice creatures to get more creatures. You could sacrifice Aura to get back the Righteous Valkyrie you sacrificed to get Aura, while getting the 5-drop, which I'll show in a bit. We also have 1 copy of Legion Angel. This is more of if I know they're about to play a board clear that like exiles things, you know, like Ugin. This allows me to have a recurring threat that I could just fetch out really quick. It's worked okay. I do think that this is one of the lesser parts of the deck, and I could remove it and not have issues. But since it only takes 1 slot here, I think it's fine for now. Might pull it out when I make a best of 3 format for this deck, because it is taking up 3 sideboard slots, which makes it a bit more expensive. Now, why would I sacrifice these? Well, because we could get Angel of Destiny. So this is why I took out Veto the Dusk Rose. Veto the Dusk Rose, while an amazing effect that could be the kill for the opponent, it was a 3-mana 1/3, which is a very bad body. This, on the other hand, only 2 more mana for twice the stats, 2/6. 6 health is very hard to kill in this format. There are some things that do kill it, such as Elder Gargadon, but like pretty rare. It has flying and double strike. So like I was trying this out with a Mirror historic deck, and someone brought out Arc like Phoenix, and I was just like punting with the Arc like Phoenixes with this. This also has that basically whenever I would deal combat damage to a player, instead I gain that much life, because you both gain that much life. That ends up basically churning if you're facing a flying deck. This is actually what happened to Historic. I was facing a flying deck, and it allowed all my ground creatures to protect me just by swinging in. But here's the major part. At the beginning of your end step, if you have 15 or more life than your starting life total, and each player this creature attacked this turn loses the game. Note, you don't have to hit them. You just have to attack with Angel of Destiny. That's what makes this card amazing. That's what makes this card amazing. This is a win condition. This is an amazing win condition that also acts as life gain, while also being a 2/6 flying double strike body. That's why I have Angel of Destiny. Also, it's non-legendary, so I get to run 2 of them. And just in case I'm in a bad spot, and I have Angel of Destiny that I could fetch out, but I don't have the health to make it work, I can attack with Angel of Destiny, gain 4 life off of the trigger, and then sacrifice it to Pyre of Heroes to get myself my 1 Valkyrie Harbinger. This basically is just another Speaker of Heavens-like effect, that just, if I'm having trouble stabilizing the board, I pull this out. It makes the 4/4 White Angels without me needing 27 life above my starting life total. It makes it very hard to attack into, because if I block and kill without this dying, the life leak's going to trigger, causing me to get another angel by the next turn. So this card's valuable in the deck, but I couldn't find a way to fit more than 1. So from that, we just have our lands, of course the 4 pathways. I decided to try out 2 of the Snarls. This deck has enough early game that needs to get the right color that I decided it might be worth trying, and there are 14 basic lands, so that is pretty good. I've also, in the sideboard, just, I'm not planning to play this in best of 3 right now. I do want to make sure this works in best of 1, but I put in 2 flunks, which could remove the Dire Tactics in the future, in case people are wondering. This is actually an important theme. When rotation occurs, the only cards that are getting removed are the 4 Speaker of Heavens, the 2 Archfiend's Vessels, and the 2 Dire Tactics. The 2 Dire Tactics we could find some other solutions for. These guys, we're still looking for good Cleric 1-drops. We have not many good Cleric 1-drops, but I'm hoping we get a few with the next set. We already have this card called Cleric Glass that's coming in that I'm hopeful for. Might not work the way I hope it does, but it might work. So from here, I'm just kind of looking at some of the cards I might add later, like a Semester's End. Someone else talked about, I've been reading the comments on the YouTube when I originally showed this deck. They were talking about how they played Semester's End and Taborax. Semester's End seems like it's very much right for the right deck to prevent a board clear. I usually don't find myself with 4 mana left open anyways, but if I need this for a certain deck, it's good to have them. Worth noting about this card is that it exiles all the creatures and brings them back to play at once, so it causes all the triggers of Righteous Valkyrie all in an instant, which that is going to be insane. So for now, we're not going to worry about all that sideboard stuff. We're just going to try to get this deck working. So I haven't played Standard in a very long time, so I got knocked all the way back to Bronze rank 1. So we're starting all the way from the bottom, working our way to the top. We're going to try it out, see how well this fares. If we start having problems, we can fix up the deck, but I do want to see how this deck works. I saw some guy played Rampage of Valkyries the other day in some Angel deck, and it was the first time I've ever seen the card. Yep. Rampage of Valkyries, first of all, you have to craft it. It doesn't appear in regular decks. And, how do I say this? The card... Ooh, we have a Lurrus of Dream deck. This is actually a good... I haven't had a chance to play this against any of the companions. No Lurrus, no Yorion. I haven't been able to play this against Rogues. I want to see how this fares against the harder decks. Unfortunately, it's like almost the last day of Standard. I recognize that. There are a bunch of Theeds that I do want to try out. Like, also, another thing I wanted to try out that people have looked into is adding Hofori Ghostforge into this deck. In my experience, it doesn't seem to pan out very well, but it was worth knowing. Oh my gosh, I just realized this is Rogues. And anyways, this is why I really like the Righteous Valkyries, because having a pair... you basically want all 4 Righteous Valkyries whenever you can. Anyways, we are facing a devastating mill deck, so we just gotta hope nothing bad happens, that we manage our way through. So far, we've only lost lands. Alright, there we are, some actual non-lands. I'm not sure how many lands to non-lands I actually want to draw. Alright, so I'm going to start with a Professor of Symbology. So, the main problem with this deck is they have Drown on the Lock, which acts as a removal for basically anything I might want to do. I think I'm just going to grab the Environmental Sciences, because 1, it gains me 2 health, as we talked about, and 2, it's just going to guarantee I make my land drops when I need to. Alright, and Professor of Symbology does its job of being able to block the Thieves Guild Enforcer. So I have lost my one of my Angels of Destiny. And yeah, having 2 Rune Crabs right next to each other is really painful. If we draw a Pyre of Heroes, we might not be able to use it very well. And, like, yeah, it seems like Rogues might not be very good against Rogues without Haunting Voyages. And kind of hard to get Haunting Voyages in this deck. It just costs so much mana. And, yeah. Alright. Let's play a Righteous Valkyrie. So that should stop the Wind Robber for a bit. No attacks. We want to save this to block the Thieves Guild. Alright. So yeah, he can't get that through, so he's just drawing cards. Yeah, so this deck actually has a lot of card advantage, which is what makes this deck so threatening. Alright, so we lost our Valkyrie Harbinger. And it looks like we also lost one of our Pyre of Heroes. Alright. Can't attack with the Thieves Guild because I have the Professor of Symbology. Alright. I'm going to play the Righteous Valkyrie. I'm just going to play a tap to Malakir Rebirth. It's a little unfortunate. This Thieves deck got double Rune Crab and is just wrecking our deck. And there's not much we can do about it other than try to get big. And the double eliminates, like the double removal for my Righteous Valkyrie has definitely made that much harder to do. Alright. I'm okay blocking. I'm not using that guy for anything specific. Alright. So, yeah, we're running low on lands, which is kind of a sad thing to be happening. I think we have to keep the Dire Tactics for when we need the Dire Tactics. Do I Skyclave? Do I hold up the Malakir Rebirth? That's kind of what I'm thinking of right now. I think I'm just going to Skyclave to get myself more life. I could have held up the Dire Tactics. That was definitely a strategy I could have done. But yeah, into the story. So, here's the thing. He is tapped out. While we are running very low on cards in the deck, and we have only one Righteous Valkyrie left in the deck. So I'm going to attack with that to gain to 25. Then I'm going to play Skyclave Cleric to gain 2 more, which will allow me to tap my Speaker of Heavens and get that working. I now have a Malakir Rebirth if it's necessary, as well as the Dire Tactics to, I have 18 cards left in the deck. I actually have to exile one of these Ruin Crabs to prevent... Because if he plays a land... If he plays... So if he plays a Fabled Passage, I lose right here. There's nothing I can do. The problem is this deck just mills too well when it gets milling. And he stopped all my airborne aggression, so there's not really much I could have done. So I have 6 cards. So if he plays another land, I lose the game. Do keep in mind, he did draw 3 of his Ruin Crabs in the top 20 cards of his deck. So I'm not, like... I'm offended, but I understand. I should have played Cleric of Lifespawn first, just to gain a little more life. Alright, so he drowns that. And I think this is going to be game, because if he draws a land, we lose the game. Yeah, if he draws a land, at any time within the next several turns, which he just drew a bunch of cards, that's game. This is the Rogue deck. It's one of the strongest decks, and then he got a good start, it seems. Oh well. Oh well. And this is why, even though we're at Bronze Tier 4, like, we're facing Rogues. Like, it doesn't mean... Just because we're at a lower deck start, does not mean we're actually facing any weaker decks. In fact, there's a whole theme where people will get to Mythic and then start playing around. So, also, this, it is the 5th, so, like, I think you need to get rid of crabs as soon as possible. I didn't know if that was necessary, and there was enough other threats that that deck could produce that I didn't want to rely on just having to get rid of the crabs. I just thought that I could kill him before those crabs became an issue. I did not realize 3 were coming out. You saw how I had to exile 1 later on. I definitely understand now that getting rid of the crabs ASAP would have been better, but I thought there are... Let me put it this way. Mill is not the only win condition for that deck. I would have... there's the 2-mana 1/3 Flash Flyer that one attacks Mill's cards. I want to exile that first, because that actually dealt with my health. Because if I got to 27 health with those Righteous Valkyries, I would have just, like, won that game and wouldn't have been anywhere near close. So, I didn't want to rely on that just yet. So here's the theme. If I play Skyclave Cleric, I think I have to. So, I'm going to first attack with Speaker of Heavens, see if he wants to trade the Edgewall for it. Alright. Yeah, I think I just have to play the Skyclave Cleric tapped. I just need to make sure I make my land drops. Because we have a Righteous Valkyrie into Aura, so I think we have just a strong enough base as long as we make the land drops. Yeah. So yeah, for the last game, I did not expect to see multiple Rune... When I saw the second Rune Crab, there was probably consideration that I should have exiled it. I just knew that that is far from their only middle cards, and I wanted to make sure they couldn't deal damage to me, so that once I got to 27 life, I became an unstoppable machine. The problem is they happen to have the eliminates for my creatures that value the 27 life. That was it was the combination of the two. Alright, just Jaspara Sentinel. No more attacking with the Speaker of the Heavens. Oof. Will states that this deck might need to use a bit more removal. If there is anything this deck lacks, it's removal. So next turn I could play Taborax. Get myself some life gain. Have the Agadeem's tapped, which, again, this doesn't really help me more than Malakir Rebirth. Alright, so he's a Swarm deck. I'm perfectly happy with a Swarm deck. It's the Adventures that really worry me more than the Swarm. Which sounds really weird, but... yeah, a 1/1 Flying Spirit is not terrifying. It's not scary to me. Skyclave Apparition. I could Skyclave the Edgewall Innkeeper. Or I could just play tapped Taborax, start getting more airborne pressure. Maybe 23, 24, 25, 20. Alright, so that'd be 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So if I play the Agadeem's Awakening tapped into Taborax, I have a possibility, because yeah, if you have a Righteous Valkyrie, and if you have a Speaker of Heavens, Righteous Valkyrie, and 27 health, you basically win the game from that spot forward. Because you're able to make 6/6 angels that give you more life to maintain that life total. Really, I just want to make sure I maintain that life total right now. But yeah, right now, if I play Aura into Arcfiends, I win. I'm pretty sure you do. Oof. And if he kills anything that's not Tabarax, I gain card advantage, which is valuable. Elite Spellbinder. Alright, so he has to take the Aura, I bet. Which means I'll Skyclave and Arcfiend's Vessel this. If he doesn't take the Aura, then I have the opportunity to... if he does not take the Aura, I have the opportunity to... win the game if I draw a Swamp. Or just any untapped land. Which I have 14... 15, 16, 17... I have 18 untapped lands, only 2 of which have been played. Alright, so he takes the Aura. So I can still play Skyclave into Archfiends, which is a pretty nice combination. And I'm probably going to eat the... Yeah, I'm going to eat the Edgewall Innkeeper just because he seems a little thin on cards. I want to guarantee he stays thin on cards. Righteous Valkyrie blocks the Elite Spellbinder. Alright. That was unfortunate. But yeah, I'm going to eat the Edgewall. And I would have been able to basically win the game there if he didn't have that Elite Spellbinder. Unfortunate, but we just move on with our lives. Alright. 24. Yeah, if I draw a land, 25, 26, 27, the Aura plays. And the reason I did want the Tabarax is because one of my big problems is card draw. So... like, I need to draw lands. If I draw dead cards here, I could be dead. Oof. You can actually apply a lot of pressure if you wanted to. I'm just not sure if he realizes that that's the thing he should be doing. Anyways, this is a good show that Clarion Spirit's still a good card. I definitely... like, if I wasn't such a board-based deck, board clears would be very valuable in this deck. I used to run Doomscars in the sideboard, back when I was thinking of best of 3, but... the thing is, I'm on the board too, you know? Alright. I'm good with that, as long as he doesn't attack. I didn't draw my land. I didn't draw my land. Permanent, you... alright. So... target of a spell, specifically. So I can Apparition away the Bone Crusher as well. That's good to know. Do I want Apparition away the Love... I want Apparition away the Lovestruck Beast, actually. I just need one more land so I can Aura and basically win the game. If he starts attacking, I no longer have that win condition. I had 2 shots to draw an untapped land to win the game, basically. So I missed them both. If he's smart, he starts attacking, and then my win condition is gone. I don't know what I'm doing from there. Should I have the Scalds? Alright, so he has huge card advantage. I have to get that combo to win at this point. And I was so close, and it looks like it's all fallen away now. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yeah, so if he's smart, he should be using the Giant Killer to tap my Righteous Valkyrie so he could swing in with the Flyers. I'm not sure if he's starting to realize it. You can see him hovering over cards. But yeah, if I had a land at any point, I could have played Aura and then tap the Speaker of Heavens to gain a bunch of life. Like, there was a bunch of things I could have been doing. He does have enough mana to play a Bone Crusher, but yeah. Is that a good play? It all depends. He is swarming me out. Not gonna deny that. Alright. And yeah, now that I have shown out the Scalds, I actually cannot beat it, I just realized. Alright. Oof. So, this is where I could come back, but... alright, you need to go. Have a nice day, man. Have a nice day. Yeah, so if I had that a little faster, which I think I have more than enough ways to get to this point, if I had that a little faster, I think I could have beat him before he got to I think he's too far gone at this point. I think I'm too far gone at this point. He has too much board presence, too much on the field. I am making 6/6 Angels, but this relies on me not losing too much health. And he has a Bone Crusher Adventurous deck, you know? Not sure how long I'm going to not have enough health. I'm going to have enough health, I should say. I'll block the Elite Spellbinder with my 6/6 Angel if that's what it takes. Let's say my favorite game from an independent developer would be the game from my best friend. Alright. Glad to hear, glad to hear. Yep, Bone Crusher's face because he's counting up how I deal enough damage to wipe this board. Because why wouldn't he? Because, yeah, he needs to bring me back to 26. If he does not bring me to 26, the game becomes mine pretty soon. Which is weird to say, especially when you have this board state. Alright. So, I think I actually go for the... Let's see. What could I exile that would be worth reduce the memory? I could exile the Elite Spellbinder, but I'm not sure that's even valuable compared to Pest Summoning to try to help with this board state that's coming here. Alright. So Pest Summoning isn't going to be creatures. I could just Environmental Sciences to get myself my aura. Huh. Nah. I'm going to go Pest Summoning, get myself more board presence. Because they're still 3/3s even though they're not... Alright, this just has flying. Alright. The longer this game goes, the more in my favor this game goes. So I'm perfectly happy if he doesn't want to do anything. So the reason I left both my Angels is so he can't attack with the Elite Spellbinder easily. He needs to play 2 cards. He needs to play 3 cards for Elite Spellbinder to be able to attack in without dying. Alright. Your opponents can't get spells from anywhere other than our hands. We now can no longer play Aura. Alright. So he has an 8/6 Elite Spellbinder that cannot attack through my 6/6 Angels. And that's all that matters. We win the long game. But my god, is it going to be a long game. Alright. I know... I'm going to tap the Speaker of Heavens now, before he realizes he could tap it with Giant Killer. Oof. Alright. So that... Oh, it was not the first time I gained life that turn. Anything worth attacking with? Nah. Only the 6/6s, which are busy blocking the Elite Spellbinder right now. Yeah. And we have 2 bots worth banning. Krakenstyle, you still there? You mind banning the bots for me? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oof. Yep, taps down that creature. It is worth noting that if he draws another... that if he does draw another Giant Killer, he does have a way to kill the Righteous Valkyrie, which is, again, why I really hope to get more Righteous Valkyries. I cannot play Aura, so I might as well just play this as a creature. Even if I get the land, I am not allowed to play Aura with the Draneth Magistrates. And we're just going to basically build up the board until Angel of Destiny can come, until I find my Angel of Destiny. Oof. And then maybe I'll start talking with my Angels. But yeah, I'm at 67 health. I do not see how he comes back. I do see how if I... Like, I still need to draw my Pyre of Heroes into Angel of Destiny sort of stuff, but... Again, I'm going to tap this now to make sure he cannot tap it with Giant Killer. I just do not want to risk him wising up to that. He might already be wise up to it and is waiting for me to cast the spell first. Alright. Yeah, he's starting to realize, like, he has no way out. The second Righteous Valkyrie basically said even if he draws a Giant Killer, it does not matter. And anytime I drew Angel of Destiny or Pyre of Heroes to start fetching out my Angels of Destiny and stuff, he'd be in trouble. So, I do recognize why he abandoned there. But yeah, one of the valuable feats is because I don't have card draw, having anywhere between 20 and 28 lands actually fixes a lot of the issues where you don't want to get land screwed or land flooded. So it actually allows for that to work. So that's very nice. Soul. Here to burn away my soul. Alright. Well, we have a Swamp and a Plains. Speaker of Heavens, we could decide if he's aggressive, we have the Dire Tactics ready. If he's defensive, we just Pyre of Heroes on turn 2. Oof. Let's see how this fares. Alright, so I put it at the bottom. So I'm wondering, because I have the Snarls, is it better to save the Swamp? That's the big question. Because I think we have the color fixing we're going to need, so I'm going to save the Swamp. I'm assuming he has like a Fire Prophecy. Yeah, if he kills the Speaker of Heavens, we're just going to play the Pyre, because why not? Mischievous Chimera. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you scry 1. This is a human. You know what? We're just going to not deal with that. And this will also allow us to start attacking him with Speaker of Heavens, which is nice. That does mean he's going to have a lot of counter spells of the ilk, so we better be ready for that. Oh, and we even made the Winged Words cost more. Beautiful. Alright. Another Plains. Righteous Valkyrie. This should scare him at this point. Alright. So then I think we do play the Grim Climb pathway before the Swamp. Because, again, if we draw a Snarl, we want to have a basic land. Ooh, there's a raid! The SWAT Games, raiding you with a party theme. Thank you so much to the SWAT Games. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. So right now we're just trying this. Oh gosh, I forgot my little add-on so you could actually see the deck. But it's Orus Enclave Elephant, Pyre of Heroes sort of synergy deck that has been a lot of fun to play. All right. So he definitely has a counter spell. Whew. Teach me magic. All right. So I need to figure out what I'm doing, and then I'll explain what's going on in just a bit. So this guy has made it clear through his cards, the one in exile, that he has a bunch of spells they could play during my turn. So I'm gonna have to be ready. So how's it going? We're trying out this new deck, and we're seeing if it can perform, you know? Alright. So I'm gonna start by attacking with Speaker of Heavens, and just seeing what flash creature he has to throw and wreck me, basically. I want to pull out the flash creatures before the counter spells. So, we're attacking in first. Oof. There it is. Shock. Okay, I can appreciate a shock. Now, he's still holding up enough for a counter spell. You're a former Hearthstone turned Runeterra player. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. So, he is holding up a cancel of some sort. So, if I play Aura, it gets canceled. Is that a bad thing? Yes. I am going to Speaker of Heavens first, because I think this is threatening enough that he'll counter it, which will allow me to get my Pyre of Heroes down freely. Alright, it did not. I'm still playing the Pyre of Heroes. I'm trying to get countered. So basically this deck has a... So as you can see, both of these cards have abilities that say as long as I have 7 more than my starting life total, I have some additional ability that will generally win me the game. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get my life total to 27. And there it is. Convolute. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 4. That's why I knew he was going to counter. I just need to find out what he was countering, basically. So I'm trying to get to 27 health right now. And he's playing a lot of cards to prevent that from happening. Alright. He only has 4 cards left in hand. Which... I'm going to start attacking with the Righteous Valkyrie as well. I want to see him try to bury in books or something of that nature. I want to see him try to counter these spells before... Yep, there's the Brazen Borrower. I want to see him do that before it's time. Alright. I think I just go hard and play the Angel of Destiny he has a counterspell. So, but I need to pull out the counterspell. I need to play a card to pull out the counterspell. The question is just which one. I'm going to go with the Angel of Destiny because it makes if you plan to just play Brazen Borrower, it doesn't work very well for him. And so, like, he has to counter the spell. And if he doesn't, this wins me the game. He has a counterspell. Where the others, they can both work independently, still winning me the game. Yep, there's the second Convolute. He has a bunch of counterspells. This is what we expected. Alright, Sprite Dragon. But if he taps out anymore, he can't... Alright, so he's just attacking in. Alright. So here's the question. Do I Righteous Valkyrie to block the Sprite Dragon? Or do I Aura... Alright, I'm going to start by attacking. Yeah, I'm going to start with I'm going to play the Righteous Valkyrie. He has to have another counterspell. Does he really have a third Convolute already? Whirlwind Denial, close enough. So yeah, the Sprite Dragon, unfortunately, is going to start getting really big and preventing us from getting to the value we need. But he's running out of cards. This is the important part. He is running out of cards. If I can run him out of counterspells... I can land Aura, and Aura can help me get my Righteous Valkyrie using Malakir Rebirth and such. That being said, he's starting to apply pressure, and that's becoming an issue. So yeah, he has one card left. Alright, so I'm going to play the Aura. I don't think he has a counterspell. Does he really have his last card as a counterspell? Is he really that lucky? He is not. Good. Alright. So I know this sounds weird, but now we need him to try to kill my Aura. I really need him to try to kill my Aura so I can Malakir Rebirth it, which will allow me to get... So this will bring it back. He will try to kill it, and it will come back. And I will gain... The process will allow me to bring out my Righteous Valkyrie, which will gain me 3 life and get me a good body. That being said, this Sprite Dragon is starting to become a threat. This Sprite Dragon is starting to become a threat. I kind of hope he leaves his Sprite Dragon up to block at this point. Whew. My deck lacks card draw, so it kind of has to win with value. So the fact that this deck was able to just, like, aggressively go over is an issue I'm dealing with right now. Alright. He's trying to figure out what cards he wants, because one of the cards with Expressive Iteration, one of the cards he has to play right now, so he's going to play the Opt. That Sprite Dragon can eventually just outperform in damage and make it so I can't solve the issue that there's a Sprite Dragon coming, you know? Oof. As long as he doesn't exile my Aura when he kills it, I'll be fine. Alright. He never played the Opt, so he has a counterspell ready. I see no other explanation. Luckily, both of these have lifelink, so I will gain life when I attack, and this guy can only block other creatures with flying, so I get to swing in and not have to worry about getting blocked. The Cleric of Life spawn is going to start getting bigger. We could start counter-pressuring, which is nice. And if he kills something, it actually ends pretty well for me thanks to the Malakir Rebirth, because as long as he doesn't kill the Speaker of Heavens, it ends well for me if he tries to kill something. So right here, he tries to shock the Cleric of Life spawned. Do I want to keep it alive? No. I'm going to let him shock that. Aura triggers, allowing me to bring back my Speaker of Heavens that died recently. So now, if I get to 27 health, I basically win the game because these Speaker of Heavens can make a bunch of 4/4 white angels. And, yeah, it just ends up really insane. Whew. This is a good deck. This is a very powerful deck with... So Sprite Dragon is already a very powerful card, but then you have all these things that just come out early, prevent me from applying my pressure. And he has a strong deck. Yeah, I don't know why he wasn't attacking with Brazen Borrower. Alright. Why 27 health? For creating the White Angels, have to have at least 7 more than your starting life total. Alright. He has a counterspell ready. So I could attack with Aura. So let's see, if I attack with Aura and both Speaker of Heavens, I will gain 25 health, then I'll go to 24, 23, then I'll go to 24, 25, 26. Can I view the opponent's deck? I can only hover over it and see that there's cards in the deck. So no, I can't see beyond that. Whew. So I'm trying to think, do I want to attack with Aura to get my Righteous Valkyrie back? Is that worth? Yes, because it allows me to block his Brazen Borrower. It is going to put me in danger, because if he has a kill spell, or if he has a counter spell, he stops the Malakir Rebirth. But... I wonder if he realizes what's going on now. Alright. So let's see. So I want that last. Yep. Let's grab my Righteous Valkyrie. So the Righteous Valkyrie comes into play first, giving me this 2/4. That has flying, and that's important because it can now block the Brazen Borrower. And then I get my Aura. Alright. And I'm going to hold back the Swamp because I want him to think I have another kill spell or something of that nature. Another Malakir Rebirth. He now knows I have threats. Oof. If he attacks with a Sprite Dragon, that just leaves me free to attack with all, so he can't attack with a Sprite Dragon anymore. Alright. So this is a riskier maneuver, because it leaves me very, very vulnerable. I am going to attack with Aura, gaining 3 life and dying in the process, but it gains me 3 life in the process. And that 3 life is what matters to trigger the Speaker of Heavens. There we are. So now I am at my life total. I can now activate this ability, creating a 4/4 Angel, which triggers Righteous Valkyrie to gain me... That's a 6/6 because of Righteous Valkyrie, and it also gains me 6 more life, and now we go off. And he concedes because he realizes we're about to gain like we were about to gain another 30 life or something like that. In the next few turns, have a bunch of 6/6 flyers, which he could not overcome. Whew. So that's how the deck works. The problem is it's kind of slow and dirtily and not very it just kind of sits there and waits till there's a moment where I can explode. It doesn't explode naturally. So yeah, here's the full deck if you want to see it for yourself. Basically, it's Aura, who, as you saw, when he dies, Thieves come back. We have Pyre of Heroes, which will allow me to sacrifice creatures to get bigger creatures. Because every card in this deck is a cleric that, you know, basically everything can search for itself. There are 2 exceptions to that statement that every card's a cleric. Skyclave Apparition, which is basically a creature and a removal spell, so it's very important in certain matchups. But the thing is, it, while not being cleric, it is a core. And so this is a core cleric, so it can still search for it. This is a core cleric, so it can still search for it. And this is a core cleric, so that I can then sacrifice my Skyclave Apparition to get my Aura. Anyways, the main thing about this deck is just that Righteous Valkyrie, when I have 7 more than my starting life total, all creatures get +2/+2, plus it acts a lot of healing. This, whenever I have 7 more life than my starting life total, I could start making 4/4 White Angels. Together, I could basically every turn make a 6/6 Angel and gain 6 life, just from board state alone. And so that's one win condition, which you saw working reasonably. Another one is Angel of Destiny, which is just once I get into a spot where I'm gaining a bunch of life, if they have a way that I can't really win, Angel of Destiny, if I have 35 life, I can attack and basically just, if I have 15 or more life at the end of the attack, they lose the game. So potentially random question, are you a Rogue Legacy speedrunner? Not random at all. No, I am the 2nd fastest Rogue Legacy 2 speedrunner. I just haven't been playing that game recently. But yes, that is how many people got to know me, because I am a Rogue Legacy 2 speedrunner. If you want to talk about that game, perfectly fine. I'm more than happy to talk about both. I am trying to focus because I know a lot of people are not into Magic the Gathering that watch my channel. So I'm pretty sure, I'm 90% sure I followed you a while ago because of that. Yeah, so I tried to do variety games because I was originally just doing Rogue Legacy 2, and it just wasn't working out. So, anyways, since you play other card games, I should tell you what happens. Oh, 3rd place. Ace Law, did you get a better run? Dude, good to hear, good to hear. I haven't seen the scoreboard yet. Anyways, while this hand has playables, it's not playable till turn 3. If I'm facing an aggro deck, that's not good. So I'm mulliganing now. Just no one else has posted one. Oh, you're saying you're third place. Okay, yeah. Ace Law is the third place. I do know that. I thought you beat me, and that's why you were saying that. So you're like, mulligan. Why was that free mulligan? That's awesome. Well, because now I have to throw back, so I'm -1 card. So I don't need this Legion Angel. Usually the Legion Angel I can fetch out when I need it. But I could get a Speaker of Heavens, a Dire Tactics, a Righteous Valkyrie. Way better in case this ends up being an aggro deck. Oof. Alright. So, yeah, so basically you want good early game drops. Let's see, Ketria Triome. I'm trying to figure out what deck he is from that information. Which is probably not how I should be doing things, but it's how I'm doing things. So let's see, green, blue, red. That is Teamer colors. Is he just like the last deck? He's probably a lot like the last deck. But basically the way you beat a counterspell, you would say recent patch makes times invalid. Fair enough. I'll go back and do that later. Alright, one top is actually scary. So again, we're not playing the swamp because we want to make sure we have a land in our hand. If we get what's the card called? We want a land in our hand if we get one of our snarls. So I'm actually going to play all the pathways first, even though the whole idea is that they could be either color, so they're valuable. Alright, so he's a ramp deck, which tells me I have to deal with Ugin the Spirit Dragon. So Ugin the Spirit Dragon is basically, against this deck, it's an 8-mana card that says, when this enters the battlefield, you win the game. My deck has very few ways to counter it. It's a very good card. Alright, so let's scare him. I do need to get 27 health ASAP and just rush him down as soon as possible, because he's cultivating for aggro solutions. He is not white, so white would have cards to deal with his threat. There was a red mythic spoil today that's kind of silly. Alright, so what's he going to do is he's going to flash out a creature to try to block, and that's why this Dire Tactics is going to come in clutch. Or he's going to Brazen Borrower. I'm perfectly fine with Brazen Borrower, especially since he's not even dealing with the life gain. Alright, well, I just play another one. What's he foreshadowing? Arlen's Epiphany. That's the only thing I could think of that he would foreshadow. It's not that strong, it's just like a super meme. Alright, so he's leaving 2 mana up, I'm assuming for a second Brazen Borrower. He put the force in his hand, the island tapped, so he doesn't have a counterspell. Alright. Let's see if he counters this. If not, we might just win the game right here, right now. He has 3 mana open. So he has to have some sort of removal, or we could just be winning the game right here, right now. So we're attacking first because we actually need to value pressure over these creatures' lives. So we need to get him as low as possible. Because, as I said, if he has Ugin, I have no way of winning. Like, literally, from this board state, if he has Ugin, which is only 1 land away. So if one of these last cards is a land and Ugin the Spirit Dragon, I still lose the game. So I have to just hope that I don't... Is it Ugin? It's Arlen's Epiphany, which can still be Ugin, in case anyone's wondering. Because that just gives him an extra turn. And this only exiles creatures. Ugin's a Planeswalker, does not count. But yeah, at any point, he could draw Ugin the Spirit Dragon and we lose the game. So we need to just keep applying pressure. Get that 5 health to 0 ASAP. And there it is. So he -3s, and we lose the entire board. Yep. So this wipes our entire board, and the thing is he could do that again next turn. And that's what makes that card broken. Play a land in case we need to play the Dire Tactics. It's exile, so I can't even kill my own creature in response. Ugin can +2 to kill Aura, but that will allow me to get my Valkyrie back. Oh wait, no, they're all exiled. Nope. He could just kill the Aura with a +2, and I don't get anything back. Yep. So, at this point, I can't win the game. I'm going to stick around, because I want to see if I could have some way of winning the game. But I'm pretty sure now that he has Ugin in play, I cannot win the game. Doesn't matter that I'm at 45 life and he only has 1 card in play. This is why, against Ugin ramp, I don't have a way of, I don't have a solution. Because everything's exiled, so the graveyard effects don't matter. I'm going to exile this because I'm only losing 1 health from this, and it just prevents the recurring damage. Because I need to stay at least 27 health to find a solution. Okay, I shouldn't have played that. I should have waited, because now he just pluses and kills it, and if I had 2 creatures in play, plussing and killing it is not the valuable solution. So I made a mistake there. I made a few misplays. My fault. Alright, here we are. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, I might be able to at least not lose here. I'm not sure if he's holding up a counterspell, it doesn't even matter. If he's holding up a counterspell, this does not even matter. But Ugin would go off and just win the game next turn. This is what the Professor's Symbologies are for. If I drew that earlier, I might have had a solution a little earlier, but oh well. And he just counters it. Alright, that's game. I'm going to stick around just to see what he pulls out. But yeah, now he gains 7 life, draws 7 cards, and you're like, well, he lost his Ugin. Well, he's just going to play another Ugin as one of his 7 permanents. So, yep. So anyways, that's the main issue with Ugin. Once they get to 8 mana, my deck can't really solve it, because its minus ability could kill everything, and then they get this sort of presence. Yep. So my deck has no solution to this board, and we're already now below 27 health. So we can't even take care of that issue. Oof. How's it going, Sunky Khan? So anyways, our deck... So I'll show you our deck again, because I don't have the add-on allowing you to see the deck itself. But it's a Cleric deck that, as you saw there, dies instantly to Ugin. And that's one of the issues, so like the ramp decks can wreck us. But yeah, we're doing some good old MTG. We have a Cleric deck. Basically, we have Pyre of Heroes, which allows us to sacrifice creatures to get ones costing 1 more. We use that to get some auras in play, which whenever we sacrifice a creature, we get another one that costs less. So these two synergize perfectly. Alongside the Righteous Valkyries, which are just an awesome card. Get 2 or 3 Righteous Valkyries, and they cannot deal with that board state. Speaker of Heaven's also great. All that sort of stuff. We also have an Angel of Destiny near the top end. This is more of a mid-range deck. Maybe play Humiliate. That could be a sideboard card, but the problem is, Humiliate... How do I explain this? Humiliate is board state negative unless I have a creature in play. It's very like... If I'm facing an aggro deck, Humiliate is not going to help me very much. And right now, this is more aggro-oriented. Maybe I could play Humiliate in the sideboard. As I said, I'm doing best of 1 right now, so that's not really the issue. And if I play to Humiliate, it's like... Do I rip out the Skyclave Cleric? Do I rip out... Like, what do I rip out in place of the Humiliate? If in a sideboard, when I know I'm not dealing with... when I know whether I'm dealing with aggro or control, Humiliate makes a lot more sense. So I will agree, Acelaw. If I was playing against the Ugin deck, having Humiliates in my sideboard would be very valuable. You're correct on that. You need to go feed the doggo? Go take care of the doggo. Good job, SWAT Games. Good job. Does Pyre do anything versus aggro? Actually, yes. Against aggro, it allows me to sacrifice my 2-drops to get Righteous Valkyries. If you ever get 2 or 3 Righteous Valkyries against aggro, they can't do anything about it. Nothing about it. You gotta go do D&E stuff, so I'll be lurking, have fun. Alright, I will. So we're trying to just rank up as much as we can, get used to what parts of this deck aren't working, what parts of this deck are working, and even though we're only Bronze Tier 4, because everyone's still starting their grind to back to the top, I'm still running into decks that are high-level tier decks. Oof. Alright. Oof. But yeah, thanks both of you for raiding. Alright, awesome. So we have 2-drop, into 2-drop, into 2-drop, into Pyre of Heroes. We are going... So while this isn't the perfect hand, we are going first. So the fact that we don't have a 1-drop is something I'll accept. Alright. So depending on how aggressive this is whether we go Clerics of Life Bond into Skyclave, or whether we go Clerics into Pyre of Heroes. Oof. How's it going, man? Thanks you for saying hi. Now, he does have cards like way down, like so. So, that's not exactly the solution. But, here's the thing. We could kind of wait. We could just play our Pyre of Heroes, and then wait it out. Wait for an opportunity to, like, play a creature, sacrifice it immediately for a better creature. Or we could just play Righteous Valkyrie, because Righteous Valkyrie is insane. Pretty much only play for quests, and yet I'm Platinum. Nice. I usually play for just the fun stuff. Mire's Grasp does not kill it, and that's the important part. I don't care. I'm not blocking. I don't need to block. Alright, so this will gain us 5 life. This will gain us... Okay, I'm going to Arc Fiend's Vessel, Pyre of Heroes, and play this tap, because we need the land right now. Because if we play Angel of Destiny, that turns this around in some insane ways, and we can sacrifice the Righteous Valkyrie to remove the Mire's Grasp and get ourselves Aura. So, this has some good stuff. He's going to do Mogus's Favor next turn. That's a good point. That means I could sacrifice it before that occurs. And he did not do Mogus's Favor. Good to know. Not going to block just yet. Alright, so we have a human if we want Dire Tactics the Hateful Eidolon to prevent him from drawing cards. Yeah. And it exiles it, which is great. So I think, yeah, we sacrifice the Righteous Valkyrie to get Aura. Otherwise, we could sacrifice the Archfiend's Vessel. Yeah, no. We're sacrificing this because it's already a small creature to get ourselves Aura, which is a big creature. And the best part about this big creature is that if they kill it with Mire Triton, I just get the Righteous Valkyrie back. Beautiful. Dead weight. Alright, even if he kills the Aura, as long as he doesn't exile it, I'm fine. Alright. So here's where the power starts kicking in. So I'm going to block here, gain some life in the process, and this allows me to bring back the Righteous Valkyrie. Okay, so getting this many Pyre of Heroes is a little unlucky, especially when one more land gives us Angel of Destiny. But it'll be alright. So now we can attack with this. We can immediately sacrifice it to get another Aura, because of course. And then we'll play another Pyre of Heroes so we can double trigger Pyre of Heroes next turn. Alright, there we are. Get ourselves some good board states. He has subservient Scorpions for some life draining. I'm not really too worried about it. So far, I'm surprised this deck does not have, he only had, oh, because I exiled the Hateful Eidolon. Alright. I'm fine blocking like that. Killing one, gaining 3 life. Yeah, these don't have Death Touch. That's because he has another Call of the Death Dweller, but I'm okay killing this anyways. Alright. Do I Righteous Valkyrie, or do I sack Aura to get Angel of Destiny? And then I could sacrifice... Okay, yeah, I like it. So this is the play to just... He does not seem to have board clears, nor the mana for board clears. So here's the play. We bring back Righteous Valkyrie. We get ourselves an Angel of Destiny. Immediately gain 6 health. Then, we can now sacrifice the Archfiend's Vessel. Get ourselves to the health total we need. So now we sacrifice Archfiend's Vessel. And, let's see, we need 3 more health. So, we can grab Clerics of Life Bond, or I think Skyclave Cleric is just better at keeping our health total high. So now we're all pumped up. Even if he hits with a 2-1, he doesn't really stop our life gain. Angel of Destiny is going to give us even more life gain. Like, Mire's Grasp does not kill our Angel of Destiny or get close. Angel of Destiny has double strike, so if he attacks with the Mire Triton, I actually block and kill it before he can kill anything. Bloodchief's Thirstless Skyclave. Fair enough. Attacks with both, because that's why Finks will win this. But then I double block here, and the Angel of Destiny's double strike gets rid of the Mire Triton before the Death Touch triggers. Bam. I'm not sure he realized the double strike. I actually think he definitely did not realize the double strike. Alright. And this will win us the game, right here. So we gain 8 health, we attack with both. Angel of Destiny gets bigger. We get this huge buff, we get all our health, and Angel of Destiny, whenever a creature... So, I now have over 15 my starting life total, kills. But yeah, so in case you haven't noticed by the insanity of some of these cards, which we ranked up, awesome. But yeah, so right here, Righteous Valkyrie, whenever I have 7 more, +2/+2, and these stack. So having multiple Righteous Valkyries and Pyre of Heroes to get more Righteous Valkyries is what makes this deck really insane. That's what really pushes this deck over the edge. Angel of Destiny is just a win condition. It's just a cool win condition to have at the top end. That's why I'm using it for, and it does it well. It does it well. Moving forward, I'll pop open my packs at the end here, not during this run. I'm planning to go on for another 50 minutes at least. If people want to talk about the game, try to get a better understanding of what's going on, anything of that nature, feel free to just let me know, talk, and I'll respond. The big 202. Alright. So we don't have many lands. We do not have many lands, but we have Archfiend's Vessel into Professor of Symbology, which gets us to Environmental Sciences, which is a land. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad I have Environmental Sciences in my sideboard now. Oh my gosh. I knew Professor of Symbology was a good card. I didn't realize it was a good card. So then, depending on how much board presence he has, which he seems to be an aggro deck if he's playing red at all. I'm okay blocking. Go ahead, I gain a life off of the process. Alright. So he's an aggro deck. Because he's an aggro deck, I am actually going to grab the Pest Summoning. And the Pest Summoning, because it creates a bunch of 1/1s that, like, the 1/1s can block stuff like Hall Monitor, and it gains me life in the process, so... Alright. We're going to play the Righteous Valkyrie, because the Righteous Valkyrie actually cannot, like, he could burn, as I was expecting, but Frostbite, Fire Prophecy, cards like that, cannot kill the Righteous Valkyrie. So then we play another Righteous Valkyrie, because Righteous Valkyrie is insane. Gain more life. You know what? I'm going to play Aura for security, I think. Have him kill the Righteous Valkyrie right now. And we'll just leave these to a block. I just need to get to 27 health and then I win. If this is not a big red deck, because if it was, it wouldn't have Hall Monitor. If he kills the Aura, I can bring out either the Professor of Symbology or the Archfiend's Vessel, depending on which just seems more important. Alright. And this is basically game. So now we can attack in. Aura has lifelink. Even with a Torbrand, he just doesn't have the power output. He just does not have the damage output. And I take out half his health right now. If he manages to kill the Righteous Valkyrie using Torbrand, I Malakir Rebirth it to keep it coming back to play, and it even gains me like 8 life in the process. Just to get you an idea of how... Once this deck gets to 27 health, it wins. You have to get to 27 health, and they can't play Ugin. Then it wins. Gosh. Ugin's rotating out of the format, by the way, so we have that to our favor. Ugin's rotating out of the format, and only 8 cards in this deck are rotating out of the format. Or 3 cards, 8 of which are played when you add in copies. However you want to phrase that. Jimjamaru! He's playing with Fibblethip. One of the best visuals. One of the best visuals. I go first again. Alright. Do I want... I'm going to play the Plains. I'm just trying to think, do I want to play Clerics of Life Bond or Professor? I think it's Clerics of Life Spawned. Yeah, it's Clerics of Life Spawned. Again, because now I have the Snarls, I'm going to be playing the Pathway first. and we usually want 2 plains, 3 swamps. So that's why I played that as a swamp. Oof. Alright, so we're playing a rogues deck. Well. Play the Righteous Valkyrie. Give myself some life gain. Do I need to attack in? Let's see, if I attack in... Let's see if he... So I'm just thinking about if he plays the 1-3. How do I respond? If he does no damage, I Skyclave Cleric and go to 27. So I think that's the play. He needs to put 4 more cards in my graveyard. Alright. Blood Chief's Thirst. So that's my theme, but I also stop his Wind Robber from attacking in. Brazen Borrower, man. Brazen Borrower. Alright. Well, now he's getting close to there. I have to play the Righteous Valkyrie again, except this time I have to play the Skyclave Cleric tapped. Alright. The Aura could actually help me quite a bit, because it allows me to bring out creatures that die whenever something dies. The problem is he does have... gosh, why can't I not think of the card right now? Drown of the Lock active. Drown of the Lock just pushes this deck, the Rogues deck, over the edge. I do not have any counterplay to Rogues because of Drown of the Lock. Because of cards like Drown of the Lock. Alright. So I could Tabarax plus Professor of Symbology. If I Professor of Symbology... Oh, I could Angel of Destiny. Does that... I'm trying to think. Angel of Destiny means that the Thieves Guild gets killed. Nah. I'm just trying to think what lesson I take with Professor of Symbology. Oh, I just realized he has enough mana for Drown in the Lock, number 2. Which, the way he hovered over it tells me he has it. Yep, the way that he's just patiently waiting tells me a Drown in the Lock is on its way. So if I Mascot Exhibition, it doesn't even really help me that much. Pest Summoning doesn't help me either. Do I Environmental Sciences just to get my mana, or do... I think I just hold the Reduce to Memory so that I have a removal if I need it. Huh. Alright. Huh. So he was just holding that up. He didn't have a Drown in the Lock. Feel a little bit better now. Oof. If I could play the Aura without it getting killed, that'd be good. He has a Brazen Borrower staying back. Do you want to keep something for that Brazen Borrower? I'll block the Thieves Guild, Professor of Symbology. I'm perfectly happy. Heartless Axe that. Not surprised. Not surprised at all. He has enough for the Brazen Borrower. I'm not sure if he has the Drown in the Lock. Alright. That's fine. That's actually okay. Alright. I think I actually Angel of Destiny because it stops the Thieves Guild. The Double Strike stops the Thieves Guild Enforcer. Aura is better if I had... He only has 1 card left in hand, so I'm going to say this plays. Yep, no pause. He does not have it. Drown the Lock off the top or something like that does ruin me, but that was a land off the top. Feel a lot better. Not sure if he realizes this is Double Strike. He does not. Alright. We start with Aura. Awesome. And I do not care if Brazen Borrower hits me, I don't think. Yep, this gains me more health. It gives me 1 more health, but allows him to attack in if he has the right cards. I'm going to cancel attacks. I'm going to let the Angel of Destiny sit. Next turn I'll play Legion Angel, and then I'll swing in. Whoa! Whoa! So, because he didn't get any card draw, he didn't have a solution in. My deck, the problem was card draw. Other decks, if they don't get card draw, they're in trouble. So that deck, because he got none of his card draw, I was able to beat him out. That feels good. That feels good. So I'm trying to think, how do I beat rogues? Because that's one. Just if they don't get their card draw. Humiliate solves that as well. Humiliate can pull out their card draw cards. Alright, with a double Malakir Rebirth, we actually have all the lands we need. Opponent goes first, but we have Speaker of Heavens into Dire Tactics, with a Malakir Rebirth being held up and Aura in the later on. Usually I want to get these with Power of Heroes. I do want other cards, because Fervent Champion is an issue. Just flat out, that card specifically is an issue. Next turn I could Swamp, have Dire Tactics ready. Then I could play a tapped Malakir Rebirth. Like, double Fervent Champion is really bad for me, because they could both attack, giving him +2 on each side. Alright. I'm not blocking. I literally just stop 2 damage, I lose my lifelinker. He's going to turn 1. Yep, Rim Rocket. Alright. So this deck, I just need to stem the bleeding. That's all I need to do with this. I'm going to wait for him to go to attackers in case he wants to play, like, Bone Crusher or something. Yeah, if he just plays Rimrock, I'm waiting for him to declare combat, but I'm not going to let him to declare attackers because the Fervent Champions will start. Alright. That's a weird card to have here, but it's actually the card I need to exile because it can get bigger in a way that the other 2 Fervent Champions aren't exactly as capable of getting bigger. And I know this is 4 damage a turn. There's nothing I can do about that. But yeah, this is the aggro deck. Alright. Reveal a Swamp. Oof. Next turn I get Aura, which will help me deal with these Fervent Champions a bit more. But yeah, we did not get our 3-drops, which hurts us pretty drastically. He only has 2 cards, so even double Malakir doesn't do anything for us. Yep. What's he pull off the Robber? He gets Clerical Life Bond. Alright, so I do need a... This mitigates 1 point of damage, blocking and then Malakir Rebirthing, I think. It's not worth it. Alright. Professor of Symbology alongside 2 Malakir Rebirths. It blocks some of the damage. Let's see. I could grab Environmental Sciences, gain myself 2 health there. Or I could just play Aura, and if he has a removal, I lose the game right on the spot. I think I have to Professor of Symbology, pulling out the Environmental Sciences just to gain 2 life. I don't like it. If I pull out the Pest Summoning, that doesn't help me much anymore. Yeah, if he has Embercleave, we just lost, by the way. I'm not playing around Embercleave. So it's just, do I play Aura, or do I play Professor into life gain? If I play Aura, I can double block. Alright, so this allows me to double block. So even though my Aura might die in the swing, the Speaker of Heavens at least can be pulled out in return. So if he has Embercleave right here, I lost the game. There was never anything I could really do about it. Yeah. If he has Embercleave, he just had the perfect curve. Yep, there's the Embercleave. You cannot beat an aggro deck that goes first, has double Fervent Champion into Embercleave. Like, even if I sideboard for this, not really much I can do. Oh, I'm not dead yet. I mean, yet. Skyclave Apparition cannot take the Embercleave. In case It costs 6 mana. I could take the Robber of the Witch, but then he just equips to a Fervent Champion. Professor of Symbology. Oh, I can reduce to memory. But I don't even get... That doesn't even help me win. I'm going to have a Pest Summoning for another turn. Let's at least pull out... Let's see, if I take out the Robber of the Rich, he equips it here. He has a 3-2. Yeah, Fervent Champion's equipped for free as well. Yep. So let's see. I'm pretty sure I've already lost, but I did want to give it that one more turn. But yeah, you get double Fervent Champion, Robber of the Rich, Embercleave. Like, was that turn 5 Embercleave? All right. Didn't have my 3 drops. Righteous Valkyrie might have helped me quite a bit there. But it's like, he went first. He's the aggro deck. He got a good start. Can't do much. So yeah, he just equips it. That deals 6 damage with trample. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still not even enough. I can't even block the initial for champion because this gives him trample and double strike. So he's dealing 6 damage. And I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 health total. Yep. And we die to the first Fervent Champion. Because this one just goes through. Oh well. I don't take the losses to an aggro deck too hard. Especially when the aggro deck gets the curve like that. The Molecular Rebirths, I think they could have done something had I survived long enough to actually use them. Problem with surviving long enough to actually use them. Oof. Opponent goes first. We have 3 lands next to this. We have a Professor of Symbology, which will help us deal with the land problem. It looks like we're probably going to face another rogue. Unfortunate. So do we play Archfiend's Vessel on turn 1? Or Professor of Symbology on turn 2? That's basically the 2 questions. I'm going to have to play these tap lands at some point. I'm going to play them now. Because it messes up later. This turn I could do turn 2 Professor of Symbology. Then I could play another 2-drop like Dire Tactics or Speaker and Archfiend. So this is just slightly better. Merfolk Wind Robber. Alright. Actually, I could go Speaker or Archfiend and get my lifelink started up. There we are. So now we have a bunch of 1/1s. I can attack with both, gaining life in the process. If he is foolish enough to block my Archfiend's Vessel, I could Molecular Rebirth, turning it into a 5/5 demon. Meanwhile, I could either Dire Tactics or Professor of Symbology threats. Or, yeah, Professor of Symbology to get myself cards is still good. Blood Chiefs, there's that. Alright, fair enough. Alright, that was a card. Alright. The question is, what do I even want to learn from this? So we're facing rogues, so he's going to have a lot of flyers. Pest Summoning's not valuable then. Mascot Exhibition's just not going to make it. Reduced to Memory does deal with a threat, but then I think it just doesn't solve the issue. I'm going to play second Archfiend's Vessel right now, and I can Malakir on another turn. So yeah, next turn, even if I don't draw a land, I could Environmental Sciences for a Plains, Dire Tactics, and put myself in a good spot. Alright, Thieves Guild Enforcer. Not surprising. Alright. Awesome. Alright. So, how do I want to do this? I'm going to attack with both Archfiend's Vessel. I have the Malakir Rebirth ready. I could also Dire Tactics. Anything that comes into play that's worth doing that too. Yep, this is what I expected. So... I can Dire Tactics this. Yep, I do not like seeing that guy in play for long. Alright. He's gonna block, as expected. Oof. And I'm gonna Malakir Rebirth it. And that should give me a demon, a 5/5 demon, to block anything in the air. So it comes back to the battlefield from the graveyard, which causes it to exile itself to get myself a black demon with flying. And he cannot attack with a Thieves Guild because of the Professor of Symbology in the way. Has to Heartless Act that. Fair enough. He is running low on cards. The Windropper does help him there, but he cannot attack with Thieves Guild Enforcer. Legion Angel or Aura? He has 2 mana left open. Let's see. I'm going to Aura. If he counterspells, then at least I pulled out a counterspell. If he doesn't, I can attack with Professor of Symbology, block with the Aura to get my Righteous Valkyrie. Either way, we get more information from him. If this happens to be a Heartless Act, he has to play it now, and, like, just... That puts him in a weird spot. It's a Drown Lock. That was the unfortunate part. I knew that was a possibility. Alright. Well, he Drown Locks that, so my Legion Angel can give me Airborne Superiority. As long as he doesn't draw a card draw. Soon. Yep, my Professor of Symbology is preventing the Thieves Guild Enforcer from attacking. Which is all it needs to do. All that you need to do right now. Oh god. Oh god. I forgot about Zareth San. Just so many of the decks are Lurrus decks, I forgot this was even a card. Oh my gosh. That sucks. That sucks. Fortunately, I don't have any creature that is, like, single-handedly winning me the game. Yet. Alright. Well, I'll play the Legion Angel while you're tapped out. Get myself another Legion Angel. Aura doesn't do much for him. Do have to find a way through him, is the problem. So the Legion Angel can block Zareth San. Oof. Favorite indie game, Yep. I was just like, I thought you were bringing up that I'm playing Magic the Gathering. I was like, favorite indie game. Totally act like they are indie, but nah. But I just thought it was funny at first. Great. Alright. Gotta make sure Zareth San doesn't get any more triggers. Alright. You can use this, gain some life, and get a land. Just filter our deck a little bit. Legion Angel helps stop Zareth San at least a little bit. He's not getting card draw, which means this card advantage could end up being the deciding factor. The last Legion Angel could end up using Power of Heroes to get what I need. And Brazen Borrower wrecks us. Great. Yeah. There's just certain parts. How's the build been running? Fine, but the problem is we're facing a lot of rogues. It can't do anything against rogues. We're facing some Ugin decks. I already knew this deck couldn't do much against Ugin. Actually, all that means is that I just need to add Humiliates into the main deck, because just the format I'm facing right now needs to deal with Humiliates. It's just a lot of the strongest cards in the game right now are like the decks that belong to the strongest decks in the game. That sort of stuff. They're just too strong. They're just too strong. Just flat out simply, these decks are too strong. I can't really beat them right now. Still getting destroyed by Eldraine Adventures. Yep, I didn't even realize the Brazen Borrower. Eldraine Adventures, but also, Alright, I have a way I can survive. I can Dire Tactics the Legion Angel. And... Alright, he's... Actually, he could just play Brazen Borrower. Never mind. Yep. I'm just gonna do that and concede because he already has board presence to kill. Yep. So Eldraine, once Eldraine rotates, this deck becomes a lot stronger. There's only... So, 3 cards, 8 copies in total in this deck that are from Eldraine. But we need to... Or that are going to rotate out. So once this deck once things rotate, this deck becomes a lot stronger. So I need to add in Humiliate, just because the format really calls on this. We're going to craft 2 copies. See how this works. And let's see what we pull out to add the Humiliates. So let's... So I don't think Maze Mind Tome's going to help. Okay. Let's remove Craft. I don't think Maze Mind Tome's going to be, like, solving the key issues here. Alright, so we have these in the sideboard. So what are we putting in the sideboard to take out the Humiliates? Tabarax has not been performing as I need it to perform, so that will be one of the things that go. I think Agadeem's Awakening, just like... There's no decks right now where Agadeem's Awakening really helps. So there's 2 Humiliates. Let's see how that fares. Oof. Just keep moving. Alright. I downloaded it on my phone and it actually is so good. Man, I'm surprised it works. I'm surprised it works on your phone, man. That's impressive. That's impressive, Target Face. Whew. Alright. So we have early game. Awesome. And we go first. I swear. Hearthstone better watch out. That's a good point. Yep. So, with this deck, it feels like whether I go first or second ends up being major, and it's like it's less of the deck and more of the format. Just like the aggressive decks are too aggressive. Alright, the Gem Razor deck. Can I beat the Gem Razor deck? I think so. Alright. So, we're going to have the Professor of Symbology, and we're going to just prematurely grab Reduce to Memory. The idea being that if he has, like, some big mutate if he ever makes a big mutate creature, we can just rip it apart. And he now knows that's a possibility, so he's going to avoid that. Alright. So, I could attack with my Professor of Symbology quite safely. The Gem Razor prevents me from playing Pyre of Heroes. That's unfortunate. But I have other ways. Other paths. No creatures in graves, so Scavenging Ooze cannot get bigger. If he Gem Razors, we can reduce. Alright, so it has Trample, but that does not matter. So, if I Pyre of Heroes, I could sacrifice it immediately to get another Righteous Valkyrie, but I'm not sure what that does for me. Otherwise, okay, let's see. This will give me 5, this will give me 6. Alright, perfect. So, bring me to 26. Bring me to 27. There we are. I'm going to attack with the Archfiend's Vessel for lifelink. And I think the Professor of Symbology. I want to keep the Righteous Valkyrie to block Gem Razor Scavenging Ooze. There's only artifacts and enchantments, so we're in pretty good shape now. We're in pretty darn good shape now. Next turn, we could use the Power of Heroes, sack the Skyclave to get myself another Righteous Valkyrie. Yep. I think this is basically game at this point. So now I just grab another Righteous Valkyrie. Everything becomes super massive. We activate this just to get ourselves the extra life gain now. And we attack with all. Yep. So when this deck works, it works amazingly. The problem is, I do not like how this is basically an aggro deck. I do not like how this is basically an aggro deck. It feels bad. I want this to be a mid-range deck, but whenever this deck seems to work, it's because it's going aggressively. Oh well. Oh well. But yeah, the big strong decks of the format, this is nowhere near tier 1. This is tier 3 at best. Like, yeah, it works against the decks that are off-meta. The off-meta decks. It actually, so the Raw Adventures package, it managed to beat the Raw Adventures package. Basically, this deck, as long as they don't have Ugin, and that this deck can get to 27 health, it wins. But the problem is, top-meta decks either don't give me the space to get to 27 health, or have Ugin. Another go first, which is a good sign for me. Gosh, this Professor of Symbology is doing amazing work. This Professor of Symbology might replace some other cards. Alright, I don't know what this opponent's deck is, but I think we still have to play Professor of Symbology here. Question is, what do we grab? So we only know it has the color black. Environmental Sciences is safe and effective. We're just going to pick that. Get myself more health for Speaker of Heavens. Shenaniganery. Alright. $22. 23, 24. So yeah, next turn I can start activating Speaker of Heavens. Oof, that's good. That's good. Alright. I'm only going to attack with the Archfiend's Vessel, just to make sure. Oof. Alright. He did nothing. So we're going to leave the other Speaker of Heavens in our hand in case of a board clear. In case of a board clear, we want the other Speaker of Heavens. Demons of Survival. Each player sacrifices a creature, Planeswalker. I could Valkyrie Birth Archfiends. Yep. Sorry, sir. Wait, hold up. That was Mardu. He was the Cleric deck. He was trying to be the Cleric deck. So I will say this is probably I will say this is better than the Hofri Ghostforge Cleric deck, because Hofri Ghostforge doesn't really do anything that Aura doesn't already do. And if Aura fails, Hofri just fails worse. Because of that. Alright. Whew. We have a few more games in us before our time limit hits. We have not been able to try out these Humiliates. We tried Taborax out, and just seems like the decks where we need Taborax are decks where they have removal spells. So, Taborax really was not cutting it when we were trying it. We will be seeing how Humiliate feels. Going first again, but we do not have a hand that supports it. Okay. I think we have to get rid of the Dire Tactics. Or do we risk it and take out a Shine Shadow Snarl? I don't think it's worth the risk. Oof. Alright, yeah, that felt okay. Shine Shadow Snarl feels okay. Oof. We got a good curve. Clerics of Life spawned, active. Oop. I'm gonna silence that. Oh, he's a mill deck. I actually feel a lot better now. So both Snarls have been played, so I could play the basic land without worry. We're facing a mill deck, so we just aggro them out because we can. Yep. Doesn't even care. I'm gonna check my phone real fast to make sure it wasn't anything important. Okay. Yep, no, nothing. Something important for future, but not right now, so we good there. So yeah, exactly. When I'm not facing rogues, this deck works fine. And adding the Humiliates instead of the Tabaraks or the Agademes seems to have 0 effect on our play. So that's good. The combination of the two is really good. Oof. Yeah, if I want to make this more controlling, I definitely need to start adding card draw. But I don't know where to find good clerical card draw, because Tabaraks, unfortunately, is not enough. Alright, Dwitchern. Here we go, Dwitchern. Opponent goes first, unfortunately. But we have 2-drop into a removal, into Aura with Skyclave on the back end. I think that's good enough. And yeah, we have enough basic lands that the Shine Snarls seem to be working just fine. Alright, no idea what deck they are yet. I'm worried if they pull out blue, I'm just going to be like, rogues. Alright, not blue. That feels good. Ooh. I twitch. Okay. With Clerics of Life spawn, I could Skyclave that, which actually kills it, doesn't give him a learn, only gives him a 1-drop. Like, that's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Oh, that needs to die first, though. That needs to die first. Bastion of Remembrance, you need to go. Alright. I don't care if he gets a 3-3. I need to make sure to stop his life gain. Marduk's Sacrifice. Interesting. Alright. So we now have enough white, so we could play this as a Grimcline Swamp. Alright, he had a second Bastion, which I'm okay with. Alright. How do I want to do this? Alright, so we definitely want to play this. I'm just wondering, do I play Speaker of Heaven's Skyclave Cleric, or do I play Aura? I think it, yeah, it's just, it has to be Aura. So this makes this into a 3-3, which means that can attack in without any issue. And we're doing fine. Not having 2 Bastions in play is valuable. I'm happy that I made that decision. If he turns this into a sacrifice deck, they play that Plumb the Forgotten card. Makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, he has to Crone War my Aura. Alright. Alright. I think I wait till next turn to play the Speaker of the Heavens, because I don't want to be forced to attack with it. Yeah, Crone War does deal some damage to this deck. Aww. He's gonna sacrifice it, isn't he? I think we just take all the damage. Yep. I'm happy taking all this damage. I really... The one thing I don't want to see is Woe Strider. Like, I just don't want to see him having a concurrent sacrifice outlet. I'm okay with some sacrifice outlets. I just need to not have a concurrent sacrifice outlet, basically. Oof. Next turn I get Angel of Destiny. Alright, so he plums. It's okay. He draws a lot of cards, but we'll survive. We will survive. We have an Angel of Destiny to get our life back up there. And then we have a Valkyrie Harbinger behind it, if we can draw a land. Yeah, if we draw a land, we could Valkyrie Harbinger, Angel of Destiny, and that's going to be good. Oof. Plumb the Forbidden, that worked really well for him. Not going to deny that. Alright, so I think we're forced to attack this turn. Yep, forced to attack. Going to double block the Skyclave. Alright. I'm going to leave you with the Serrated Scorpion. Alright. So yeah, kills the Clerics of Life spawn. I'm not too worried about that. We have an Angel of Destiny. The Speaker of Heavens is just a 1/1 lifelinker. That's all it needs to be. He cannot claim the Firstborn, the Angel of Destiny. The Angel of Destiny next turn will attack, and then I'll Valkyrie Harbinger, give me a bunch of 4/4 flying creatures, which is good enough. Another Crone War, though. Another Crone War would end very badly for me. Let's just hope he doesn't have second Crone War, basically. So yeah, we're going to attack with Angel of Destiny. Hope he doesn't block with Eye Twitch. Why wouldn't he block with Eye Twitch? Alright, because he sacrificed it with Plumb the Forbidden. Alright. Yeah, so this seems like a pretty strong deck. I actually like this guy's deck. I don't like the Crone Wars and all that, but it's fine. I mean, I don't like a Crone War because that card is annoying, but it leaves with rotation. I can add on the Croc Fumes. I'm okay with that. So, Croc Fumes that, so now I could Valkyrie Harbinger here. God, if he has another Crone War, that just ends the game. Please don't have another Crone War. Please just have Claim of Force Burns and the like. Alright, that's fine. He doesn't have another Learn card. Because, yeah, if this Valkyrie Harbinger can trigger once, I think we're back in the game. Unfortunate. And now we have way too many lands. We played one land that wasn't a land naturally. Alright, two. No. That's a pathway. Yeah. We played one land that wasn't naturally a land. So, this is just a little misfortune. That's all it is. And yeah, he has a full hand thanks to the Plumb for the Forbidden. Can Plumb the Forbidden work in this deck? No, it can't. Every creature is a creature in and of itself. Sacrificing it. I mean, maybe as, like, when they use targeted spells, I can use it to draw two, as a draw two. But, like, can't really rely on Plumb Forbidden. I'm going to no-block, because there's a possibility of Malakir Rebirth. Turning this guy into a 5/5 is worth the while. Alright. Yeah, by the way, if I didn't take out the other Bastion, I'd be dead long ago. Alright. That's what I do not like seeing. Honestly, I might sideboard Woe Strider in case of rogue decks, just so I could rip out my graveyard. Is the 5/5 Demon worth it? I think it's worth it on block. If I could block with the Archfiend's Vessel, the 5/5 Demon is worth. Oh, I just realized he could sacrifice the creature I'm attacking with Woe Strider, unless I block specifically Woe Strider. And that's game. He can literally sacrifice all these creatures to get himself the damage, if he realizes it. One, two, three. Yeah, I died before the lifelink triggers, I'm pretty sure. So, I have to do this, because I'd be at 2 health. And then, yeah, he just starts sacrificing, and Bastion of Remembrance ends the game. Unfortunate. That was a cool deck. I'm okay losing to that one, because it was a cool deck. He did have on curve a Crone War, which did solve a lot of what I could do, which felt a little bad on my part, but, like, hey, man, You pulled it off. You pulled it off. Huh. Let's see. Roast Rider leaves. A Crow and War leaves. Bastion of Remembrance, I'm pretty sure, leaves. Like, yeah. Yeah, once rotation occurs, I think this Cleric deck will be really strong. Not to mention, we're getting the card Cleric Class. It's kind of sad. Like, this is going to be forced into mid-range simply because there's no one-drop Clerics. But... I go first. Alright. We will be seeing how good this Humiliate works in just the regular deck. Because I think we're just going to be playing Swamp, Humiliate him, and so next turn we go... Just so that we could attack with a 2/2 Speaker of Heavens. Oof. Let's actually see how Humiliate feels. Alright, so we're facing against white aggro. So taking out his Heliod also feels good. Target opponent. Alright, 2 Daxos. Don't really care. I think I just rip out the Luminarch Aspirant and just say you can't really play them all with Cyclades anytime soon. Yep. That actually felt pretty darn good. He can't attack with the outside until he gets them all active. Daxos does block my Speaker of Heavens, but... all it does. 2. I'm going to play Skyclave Cleric now, because that would bring me to 23-24. So next turn I could attack with my Archfiend's Vessel. Gain 25. Then Skyclave Cleric, 26-27, tap Speaker of Heavens. Unless he drew a land to get small Skyclaves. Fair enough. There's enough lands in this deck that could happen. But if he leaves it to block... if he decides he needs to leave it to block... perfection. He's even mana ruined, so I can exile Daxos. And I have all these creatures. Now, let's just attack with it. Alright, you want to kill my Archfiend's Vessel? I'm fine with that. Speaker of the Heavens starts triggering. This is an aggro deck. He's not going to have board clears. So yep, even if he gets the Alcide Maul with the Skyclaves, my 4/4 Angel blocks it. Alright, Selfless Savior. So he can't really kill his creatures, but I don't think that matters. So here's the question. If he equips that, that turns into a 4/7. I can't. They block it particularly well anyways. We're gonna hold up a threat. Hold up a scare. Yep, so now he has the mana to equip them all. But I can keep blocking with my 4/4 and making a 4/4 to keep applying pressure. Alright. And now time to apply even more pressure. Mahaha. So I attack next turn, because next turn I can attack with all my flyers and threaten lethal. This turn I don't threaten lethal with such a maneuver. He needs to sacrifice the Alcide to give Daxos protect pro-white so he could attack in for the lifelink. Or to bring me below... Oh, but then I just attack with Speaker of the Heavens, I get it back. He'd have to then block, sacrifice Selfless Savior. Yeah, and he's dead already. So, yeah, that was never a play for him. Since I got the Dire Tactics in time, that was not a play. And that Humiliate felt really good. Alright, so Humiliate was the correct play. So Humiliate is better than Taborax, and Agadeem's Awakening is not necessary. Yeah, I definitely have a lot more lands that shock into creatures, then it's probably necessary. I could probably even trade out another Malakir Rebirth for that 2-mana 2/1. Oh, he just main decks Lurrus. Makes sense. Thing is, I'm threatening lethal in the air if he doesn't realize it. This doesn't have... Oh! Well, I was going to say he could sacrifice, but... Alright, 4/10. Block with everything, I actually kill it. Force him to sack his Selfless Savior. Alright. Force him in a bad spot. They all have flying, so you can't really do anything with that Lurrus, sir. Sorry to tell you that. Yep. Congratulations, you killed one. You're now at 1 health. Alright. And second Legion Angel, which will get us our third. Awesome. The attacks, I'm more than happy to block with the Archfiends. And just cards to basically prevent his life gain from getting out. To keep myself at 27 at minimum. And just keep him from getting out of hand. Alright, so who are you going to pump? I'm attacking with flyers. You have to pump your life linkers. Yep, double pumps Lurrus. Makes sense. Seems legit. Let's see. I'm not going to block with a 4/3, because while I could kill the Lurrus, he stops my airborne flyers. And it's this flying swarm that gets me my kill. Nope. What the? That's what happened. Alright. I think that's enough attacks. Yeah, I deal 16 damage through the Daxos. That seems like enough attacks. I just realized I could have actually Pyre of Heroes sacked the Skyclave Cleric for Righteous Valkyrie to have even more board pressure. Oh man, that would have been amazing. But anyways, yeah. So there is that sacrifice deck was a surprise. That sacrifice deck was a surprise. I want to play one more. I want to play at least one more. Just this deck's a lot of fun. That's the theme. This deck isn't necessarily the best deck, but it's a whole lot of fun. That Mardu's Sacrifice deck, I think, is actually super good. The thing about this deck is it's a whole lot of fun, and the vast majority of cards are not rotating. The vast majority of cards do not rotate. Alright, let's get that Shine Nano for a Cleric of Life spawned early. I'm gonna go for it. I'm playing that Plains next turn, so I'm okay with revealing it to scare him into thinking we're holding up something. Mono red aggro, darn it. I think we take the damage so that the Clerics of Life spawn can start gaining me life. We save the Dire Tactics for a much more dangerous threat, such as Torbran. When they die, they deal damage equal to its power to any target. Yeah, we're not attacking with the Cleric of the Life spawned. Alright, he frostbites it anyways. Alright. So I could Pyre of Heroes Archfiend's Vessel, or Archfiend's Vessel hold up Dire Tactics. That is actually a play I could do. That means I could sacrifice the Cleric of Life's Bond to get Skyclave Apparitions. And this also... Yeah. This also still is something... This is something I'm willing to block a Fireblade Charger with and not really worry. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. Phoenix of Ash. I could not block... so I could Dire Tactics that for free. Yeah, I think that's actually better for me. Ooh, do I Humiliate or do I Clerics get a 3/3? I like this better. Just slightly better. Get myself some lifelink. Get that theme bigger. I really needed that third land there. I really needed... Or the fourth land there. The fourth land there was pivotal. I did not get it, and it's going to hurt. Alright, I'm still blocking a Fireblade Charger. I recognize he might have something to make that more devastating, but not much I can do about that. I'm thinking he's going to Grimrock Knight. Okay, he... Berserkers. Alright, so then he's killing the... I get it. He's killing the Archfiend's Vessel in the process. That's smart from his part. For his part. There's my Righteous Valkyrie. Appreciated. Gotta remember, he has Bone Crushers, so I think I have to take this 4 damage. Fervent Champion. Again, he has Bone Crushers. Yep, because he can Rimrock and stuff like that. Chose not to. Interesting. Land, please. Alright, gains me a little life. Let's get the land now. Unfortunate that we had to go this far just for an Environmental Sciences. He only has 1 card left. If it's Embercleave, I'm in trouble. I really just needed to draw that 4th land sooner. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could pump Fiends. I'm just keeping this Righteous Valkyrie around. That's my highest priority right now. If he has Embercleave, I lost already. If he doesn't have Embercleave, I have a way back into this game. Alright. Of course. I just draw it the next turn. Alright, we're going to start by humiliating him. Getting a sense of what's in his hand. That last card. Force him to Bone Crusher my face, or... Yep. Darn it. Okay. So yeah, we just didn't draw that land in time. We did not draw our land in time. That's what happened. Oh well. Aggro decks. Aggro decks. Could have probably blocked more. But, like, as you saw, I would have died with the Righteous. The Righteous Valkyrie would have died. The Righteous Valkyrie was my way in. Yep. I'm not too... I don't feel too bad about that loss, but that was a loss that I was not far from getting my way out of. So the Humiliate felt really bad there. The Humiliate felt really bad there. But Tabarax was no better. Tabarax was no better. Alright. Well, 2 Humiliates does seem right for the general metagame. Keep in mind, if I had that land, I could have easily just Pyre of Heroes for more Righteous Valkyries and got myself out of there way quicker. Because you get 2 Righteous Valkyries against an aggro deck, and if you end the turn at 1 life but not dead with 2 Righteous Valkyries, you're going to win. You're going to win. It's just getting to that position. Alright. I do like this deck. I do like the Humiliates over the Tabaraks. I do like the Humiliates over the Tabaraks over the Agadeem's Awakening. Alright. Sometimes things don't go well. I could see us removing one Malakir Rebirth for other cards. The Malakir is just like... I really am using all my mana most turns. Just remove the Malakir, put another Professor of Symbology. And maybe replace the Mascot Exhibition for a different lesson. What lesson would I put in there? Intro to Prophecy? Another Environmental Sciences? I do not know what lesson I would want in its place. But I do think removing a Malakir Rebirth for another Professor of Symbology might be the play. Let's actually do that right now. Yeah. I'm just like looking at these cards. None of these really stand out as something I want to take care of. But yeah. So I guess that's our deck for now. Before the set rotates. So just for anyone who doesn't know, this was made just before the Adventures of Dungeons & Dragons was released. So hopefully that was worth it. Now I know some people like... Oh yeah, save changes. I know some people like seeing the pack openings, so let's pop open the packs real fast. Just for people that want to see it. Another Tabaraks. Another Tabaraks. Because I figured out one was too many. Just a little funny. Just a little funny. And there's a Hofuri. So this card. A lot of people have been wanting to splash red to get Hofuri into their deck. I just find that it costs one more than Aura. It asks for the splash, and it doesn't do. And where Aura fails, this card's going to fail even harder because if they kill Hofuri, if they kill Aura, you get a Righteous Valkyrie return. They kill Hofuri, that's it. It's whenever another non-token creature you control dies. So I much prefer Aura over Hofuri. All right, so that's it. That's the deck. Seems like a fun deck. It's a fun deck that can rank. Is it a good deck? It's not tier 1. It's not tier 1. It's not tier 2. But it's fun, and it can rank up. I'm actually just pull up one last time so that people could see it. So yeah, there it is. A lot of uncommons. A lot of uncommons. Then there's these rares, which if you're not playing this deck, you're probably not going to be playing it. These rares, which you're probably going to be playing. And that's kind of the main issue, that this deck involves a lot of rares. There's the uncommons, then like everything that's not uncommon is rare. So this is a very expensive deck, which is the main issue. Alright, well thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Alright, let's raid a channel. Ooh. Gritting Goat. They play some good Hearthstone. They're doing Hearthstone Battlegrounds right now. Awesome guys. Awesome guys. So yeah, we'll raid some Gritting Goat and then we'll end it there. Oof. Everyone be nice. Everyone be awesome. I'm sure you already are, but just remain being awesome.